to recognizing guests and visiting officials. For the folks on the call, please tell the committee you are.
Good morning. I'll go first. My name is Dolly Lane. I'm with the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation Board of Directors. Yeah, good. Yeah, it's been Dolly Lane. The late one is interesting. Banasha. Get Broadway Chapter A representation. Shenige Tapan Shount is a son of Bash's chain. For the chini that should shade up here on it, but Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me, Chair?
Oh.
Yeah, this is Wayne Claw. Now, they need that. Those three Bahayande Audit Navajo Land Nursing Home Incorporated. I am online also. Good morning. Ano session Kai. Thank you.
Hey, let's go.
I would like to say good morning. My name is Carmelita Homer. I'm the Corporation Board of Directors. I represent the San Juan Southern Paiute Tribe, and I just wanted to say good morning to everyone. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Marquis Yazzie, Director for the Office of Indian Self-Determination at the Navajo Area Union Health. Thanks.
Yeah, Dave, in the chair. This is Chad Beta from Office of Legislative Counsel in Hesse. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, committee members. This is Michelle with Navajo Department of Health. I'm on the call. Good morning, committee members.
Good morning. This is Tinker Tinez Senior with the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation. I am on the board and I represent Coleman Kennedy. Good morning.
Yate Bennett,
Thank you.
Chairman, and members of the Health Education Committee. This is Greg Bigman, Chair of the Dana College Board of Regents.
Good morning. This is Leila McCabe, representing the Copper Mine chapter on the Tuba City Regional Health Board. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. My name is Thomas McCabe. I'm on the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation Board Director, representing Cameron area. Tsenjikin Shindo, Biptoid Buses Chin, Kia Ani Dashichedo, Hashkan Dashanale, Yat Ehepene.
Good morning, Yat Ehepene. This is Lynette Bonar, CEO, Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation. Hopeful Inchme, Lidlasana Buses Chin, Twitter TV Dashite, Tatchi Dashanella.
Good morning, Yat Ehepene. This is Christopher Curley, Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation Board President. Ani buses chain do she national as she does cheap do he has national and
Hello, this is Franklin Fowler from Tuba City Regional Board of Directors. Call in and thank you.
This is Joette Walters. I'm the Associate Executive Officer at Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation. My clans are not as Thank you.
Good morning. This is Dr. Riyad Abdel Karim. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Committee. This is Jordan at City from the Navajo School Board Association.
Anybody else wants to divulge that they're on the call? Kaya na, ito sa din eh. The cheers and the craggy. Craggy, except me, Kliniki. Through Zoom and teleconference. New way conducting the business of the committees of the Navajo Nation Council. We appreciate everybody to stay safe, and to be calling in from where they're sitting at, in their office or in their homes. We appreciate that. With that, let's go to Ms. Angelita Benali to review and for the committee to adopt the agenda that will be read into the record. Ms. Benali.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning, Health, Education, Human Services Committee members. You have your proposed agenda for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, December 15th, 2021. Presiding the Honorable Daniel E. So, Chairperson, the Honorable Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson. Places via telecommunications, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. 5, receiving reports. A is the Chinle Nursing Home Facility. Presenter is Mr. Wayne Claw, President of the Navajo Land Nursing Homes Incorporated. B is a review of Education Forward Arizona meeting. And the presenter is the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, along with a presentation from the Department of
Virtual Davis
and the Navajo Technical College and the Dene College. 6, old business, none. 7,
you're so chicken.
8, close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. Mr. Chair.
Honorable Helona, put your phone on mute. Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee, what are the wishes of the committee regarding the proposed agenda?
Motion, Winika. Motion. Second, Helona.
Thank you, Cecilia, Honorable Juanita, for the motion. Who is that spoke up before Helona? Let me honor that one. Is that Honorable
Okay.
Gay? Okay.
I was
All
me,
right.
Helena.
Okay. Sorry about that. I thought it was somebody else. Okay. Second by Honorable Salona.
I don't know, the ladies are getting me in trouble, whoever they are.
Okay. We have the motion. Do we yes, committee members. What is read into the record, we have a long-standing request by the Tuba City Regional Healthcare System for, as part of their reauthorization, they are supposed to present an annual report along with their audit. And with Miss Bonar, she's been persistent. And so now it's time we put her and her organization's report on the agenda. Committee members, I'm going to ask for an amendment.
Oh.
To include the Tuba
Chair,
City.
motion to amend agenda to add on Tuba City Healthcare.
Okay. Honorable Wanika. Okay. With that, committee members, we would have a motion to amend the agenda that's presented on record. Mr. And the moving parties have a move to include that particular report.
Chair.
Mr. Mose. All right, Sachile, Honorable Wanika.
Yes, this, to make sure that we're doing something, Chair, not as a report, but maybe just an update on, school. 8 a.m. maybe towards the end of the meeting or the end of the meeting that we'll update each other again, see where everything is at. 8 a.m. schedule, so.
Thank you. Honorable Wanika, thank you for bringing that up. That was part of our discussions. Number one, we really need to, the committee has ordered and advised that we write a letter to Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs regarding the situation with funding to the Sevier School District and the Richfield Residential Hall. And we will expand the focus to see, and then part of the issue, committee members, is we've asked Bureau of Indian Education, Navajo Division, to appear before the committee respective of several issues. And each of the times, they've either not called in or have sent memos that they are obligated to other meetings. And absent all that is the fact that we from the nation don't have on record the aspects of how they're dealing with the COVID issues, and actually focused on the aspect of the findings of uranium bricks in the playground of Cove Day School, and many other issues, and so those are right at the forefront of what the committee is dealing with. And so at this point in time, the committee is ready to travel to Washington, D.C. if necessary. And if the Department of Interior will not allow us in the building, the committee is ready to meet outside, mask on, social distancing, to meet with Assistant Secretary Brian Newland, Tony Dearman, and Sharon Pinto. Committee members. That's the reference that Honorable Winika is addressing with the fact that how we'll deal with that. Committee members. So, Ms. Benali, how do we add that to the agenda that was read into the record?
Mr. Chair, I believe that the status of the the update on schools on Navajo schools, and then the status of the I think the communication, and that has reached out to the Bureau of Indian Education, and just giving updating or the stat. I think it's going to be a status report. I'm sorry, a status report on the work with BIE.
Okay. Committee members? Another amendment?
I'll be
Moving
well.
party.
Moving
Okay.
party, I'll accept that, yeah.
Honorable Winika? Honorable Halona. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Consent.
I approve that request.
Thank you. So with that, Mr. Mose, roll call vote on the amended agenda.
Sir, good morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Edison J. Winika votes green. Chair, I vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose, and committee members. Thank you for indulging all of us to address these other issues. The modified agenda is approved with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. We go to item 4, review and adopt the journal, there being none, so we proceed directly to item 5, receiving the report. A, Chinle Nursing Home Facility, respective of the 638 contract. To tell him, Mr. Wayne Claw, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
Thank you, Nanish and I, and also the test committee, Kebekel Yate, Benedo, Shahat, and allowing us to get on the agenda. Binyagi, Shanantai, Taisino side on those are online. Binyagi, Kedigi, to get on the agenda, 80. Public Law 93638, we had a pre-negotiation meeting, December 8th, that Wednesday, with IHS representative. And this is the second orientation we had. We had one back in 2019 with a different gentleman that was ahead of the self-determination from IHS, Mr. Morgan. So this is actually the second one we had.
Excuse me, Mr. Claw. I need to ask the HES committee one question. Mr. Chair, this is Angelita Benally. Excuse me for interrupting. I have the vote. The last vote was taken for the amendment. However, how about the? I'd like to ask Mr. Mose if the main motion was voted on for the agenda.
Oh, we did not. Miss Angelita Benali, the moving parties allowed the request to modify the vote for the modification to the agenda, so that only requires the one vote.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if we could go to possibly Legislative Council.
Ms. Benali, that's the rule that the chair has taken. Was accepted by the moving parties to amend the agenda.
Okay, Mr. Chair. There was one vote, both for the amendments and the main motion. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Claw, you may continue.
Goshina, thank you again. I hope you can hear me. On the 8th, not December, we had a meeting at the nursing home facility with IHS representative, self-determination office. The negotiation.
Record the left parent message right unread. Read colon out dash leave enter.
The pre-negotiation was good. There's a lot of good information we got with my staff. What we needed to do. We have with our attorney, Ray, we have
office closure web 12/15/20 forwarded. ARPA leadership presentation.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Somebody else is put their phone on mute. Nadata, you have that background noise on your phone or your computer.
Then I'm sitting on Saturday Road over here. So I just so anyway, at the end of the meeting, just like we had the first meeting negotiation. Be account it'll be some Nilan need the call or Ajit Nanas Kidnahan National Fire Hela Beso Nido Neshiki Toyo IHS Nanahano it's the tribe's responsibility now that Nahalan call. I called certain state Congress people. Especially Mr. Babbitts that works for O'Halloran. all Congress, which is I asked Mr. Babbitts what we need to do, and according to them, they advised me that Congress has already done its job, putting the law in place where money can be used. IHS money, self-determination money can be used for nursing home, hospice, in-home services, assisted living. Ako Alet Aro Lansonant all Katika 4 years the Nash Nishikut out all 4 years go he don't need in store. Kaila peso kone idon nisa. Ako Shiba Shin ya self-determination to go IHS Navajo tribes funded. And according to the resolution that was passed by Nabi, there's a directive in there in certain areas, the regular IHS. Accord all bansas keso all the night dog casa also, todo do need la also, nashne. Accord all the only nalen. I know Nabi and the council has done, the Navajo tribe has done its job. Resolution Hapasila A638 BT Kapin Yeh. Akoya, Besogit Ehones and the Liki Tendano. AD even Yeshman Iaconi in its Ashon in Ita Nan Sado Heshi Istato Leach. I know the president's office is familiar with this. The Queen, the Shinto Yida, which is nice lab and Yakotis James and Ato. Sashatlan net Adet and either the Nish Nato, Quenas as the Nishi, Quesan, those sweeper. Tajo Nishi attention and I Kohalet at on Sonko. We need to get the direct stream of funding, and this 638 will be the best for nursing home. As we all know, IHS, he patient than Lenin Masando Che, Eho Aja patient than Listo, Don Hito, the Kojo 24 hours, 7 days a week. If you look at IHS budget in Chin Lee, they include our elders in their budget. But it's very rare that our residents, most of the time they go to Phoenix, Flagstaff, and Albuquerque. Akon Hajin Snit Aitan Ayo Nika not Jaton Zam Nikai. Kishin de Nisho. Sani dos Twiba Bajo Pai Patati no. Runzam Nikai Conjunto Sinachan Tide Ashonde. We do have a meeting on Monday with at the Speaker's office with Delegate Slater. Yad veterans the Ajban they able to meet I neto this. Even Yana Shanant Ada showed that the snowy Roma in Ska. Son those Twiba at Ada Shadow Nisto Halit Ado, Los Hera Ashon Imagine that's no the Hanto Gassi. Ye Pesa only Ido Ala de Noya. Even yet, I asked to be on the agenda, and I really appreciate what you guys do. I know you support the elders and elders a lot. Allow me to get on the agenda. Thank you.
Committee members, motion to accept the report.
I'll motion, Delegate Slater.
Oh, yeah, Lance Philip. Committee, do I hear a second? Committee members, do I hear a second?
I'll second that. Hello.
Yeah, Lance. Okay, so now let's, committee members, do you have any questions of Mr. Claw? And then, of course, we have Mr. Marquis Yazzie on the call from, he's the Indian Self-Determination Officer for Navajo Area Indian Health Services.
Chair,
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Wanika, you have the floor.
Chair, I've been doing as much as I can, helping Mr. Saul, and I know he gets into situations where he tries to make sure that the nursing home is running according to policy and all that, but sometimes he has a hard time getting some of the items he wants processed. So I'd like to make a recommendation. I think the person that should really be helping us with this is the area director, Rosalind So. Maybe we should have a joint meeting with Rosalind So and the president's office, this item. And if it doesn't go anywhere, then after that, I think what we need to do is legislation for that funding. But I don't think it needs a legislation. I think it's the responsibility of IHS to provide the funding that is needed. I'd like to find out what the problem is. I'd like to hear from Ms. Rosalind So on that particular issue. Then also the president's office. I think the president's office has a direct line to address this situation. And sometimes we end up addressing some of these items that he should be working on. So I'd like to recommend that we have a joint meeting with the area director and the president's office, Chair. Thank you.
Chair?
Oh, thank you, Cecilia, Honorable Wanika, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. You have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Claw and Chair Delegate Wanika, for the presentation in support of the nursing home. I think we need to get the speaker's office involved and the lobbyists that we have. But before we do that, I think we need to huddle internally at the nation to discuss how we get money into that line item and what our approach is going to be, because I'm concerned about the rank order prioritization from the nation in the IHS budget formulation. And I just want to make sure that we have a consistent message on what we're advocating for. So we need to make sure we balance this request with everything else that's coming across from the nation. And that said, I think, there's one way of going through the executive branch, the administration over in DC, but we need to get our congressional delegations involved and start educating them on all the good that this is going to do. And so when it comes down to getting the budget put together, and this is where I think Navajo has had the most success, we get kind of outvoted on the national side when we do the national budget formulation because of all the other regions and the smaller tribes and all that stuff. But, we really need to impress upon our congressional delegation that this is going to have a big benefit to our people and taking care of our grandmas and grandpas. So that's my request. Maybe in my motion, I would modify it, Chair, if you'd allow me to request Speaker's Office staff to start coordinating, and we can have a follow-up internal huddle with the Department of Health. And I don't know if we need the Division of Social Services, but at least the Department of Health before we go back to, say, Ms. So and potentially our congressional delegations.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Ms. Benali, can you make sure we have the motion well written? I'll accept the motion and the second. Honorable Wanika, in accepting this report. Committee members, I'd like to be allowed to ask specific to questions to Mr. Winkler. To Mr. Club, this is the first 38 contract you're seeking, even though a healthcare facility has existed many years before this. Am I correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, the other is we know that Division of Social Services has monies where they send our elder Navajos to facilities, skilled care centers within and off the reservation. And those come through 638. Those funds come through the 638 self-determination. Can we get Dr. Jill Jim and Miss Deanna Neswit Gishi on the call? Because clearly, previous budget rankings, clearly what I'm hearing is within the Navajo area budget, there's no budget within the category that Mr. Claw is seeking the contract for. Mr. Marquis Yazi, let me give you the floor. And we're not trying to pigeonhole you or pin you against the wall. I know you're on the call as a courtesy. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Could you hear me? Just want to do a mic check.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marquis Yazi. I'm Director for the Indian Healthcare Office of Indian Self-Determination. So with regard to some of the questions, we are making some progress on these priorities. However, much of this work involves some fundamental changes in how we do business within the IHS. So the change will take some time, and obviously long-term care would certainly fit into of how we do business. And just to give you some background information, the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act updates and modernizes the IHS. The provisions are numerous, but many of them give IHS new authorities. And the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act updates and modernizes the IHS. The provisions include long-term care services, which are one of the things that Mr. Claw's organization is wanting to pursue. But under the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, it does provide the authority for the IHS to contract with recognized tribes or tribal organizations for the operation for all or part of an existing programs, functions, services, and activities. And in such contracts, the IHS also transfers the amount it would otherwise spend on those PFSAs if it continued operating them themselves. And again, the Navajo area IHS has never operated or had a budget line item specific to assisted living or long-term care services. And as a result, there would be no funding to transfer to Chinle Nursing Home. I mean, if the Navajo Nation were to authorize Chinle, which they have done as a tribal organization, to contract for assisted living or long-term care services, we wouldn't know where to get the funding to transfer to the Chinle Nursing Home. But again, I just do want to note that the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act does authorize tribes or tribal organizations to offer assisted living or long-term care services, but it does not add new funding appropriations for these services. So, and that's one of the issues that Mr. Claus is wanting to figure out of how we can fund this specific line item. And I do know that with the Division of Social Services, they do have, with Ms. Deanna Nejwood-Gishi's office, they do have a line item specific for alcohol and substance abuse, as well as hospital and clinics. But again, those are not directed towards assisted living line items, as well as the Department of Division of Health Services. So, but again, these are only authorities of what we can do. But again, it does not directly allow us to put specific dollars into those specific line items. With that, Chair, I can turn it back over. I can turn it back over to you for any specific questions. Thanks.
Thank you. With those responses, committee members.
There's one.
Oh, it's not us. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, and committee members. Again, good morning. Mr. Marquise. Where do we start then? Where do we start to advocate to have money, have the federal government or the IHS budget set aside money for that program? What is it going to take to get that started, and how we're going to get that done? Because I know, every year the IHS gets their budget, but of course it's going to take a couple of years probably if we get the next budget cycle going. Is that when it would have to be included, or should we include it into that during the budget cycle? There is a provision for it. It says it right there. You said that it allows for it, but where do we got to go to get the budget in place? That's my question, Jeff.
Thank you for that question, Delegate. So again, the IHS cannot lobby our congressional delegates for these specific funds. So a lot of the times that has to be done at the tribal level. And with these upcoming national budget formulations that'll be taking place either in January or February at the national budget formulation, that does allow the Navajo Nation the opportunity to advocate and consult with other tribes on this particular issue. Obviously, it is a national priority from what I've heard from other tribes, but again, it's the collective input from other tribes that allows line items to be specified a specific dollar amount. And again, we are looking at a forward funding 2024 approach. So my recommendation is for the Navajo Nation to lobby with their congressional delegates in Washington, D.C. on this particular issue, as well as addressing this at the national budget formulation in the next couple of months. And seeing how we can get some dialogue going with the IHS on this particular issue. And even having a tribal delegation meeting with the IHS on this may also help. But those are some of the opportunities and forums that the Navajo Nation can look in seeing how this specific line item can be funded moving forward. But it will take some time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marquise Yazzie.
Thank you, Marquise. Chair?
Yes.
So who else would we need to get involved in that? I guess would it be Dr. Jim? When we do the budget
yes.
formulation?
Yes. On the budget formulation, yes, she's the lead person on the consultation that was held not too long ago, and see what. And I can't remember if this was one of the items that was included. I think we again may have not included it. So there's time for us to, I really think, to make a change in the priorities.
Okay, I guess we need to get a hold of Dr. Jill Jim and let her know what we want to try to do there so she can put it on her radar.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Okay. Committee members.
Chair.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Juanica.
Thank you, Chair, and committee members. I appreciate the time. That is just a question, Mr. Tao. It's going to take some time out of it. And you said that you were reading the policies, and it sounds like based on that, you have a pretty good idea what the process is. So that's the reason why I really appreciate the motion that Honorable Slater made, but maybe we should change it to a work session. And put some timelines on this. And I think the timeline needs to come from IHS. They need to let us know what it takes. If we go ahead and do legislation for this amount that's needed, can that be, at least that we'll have that money to, at least you can start the process as far as Mr. Powell is concerned. As far as getting as far as budget line items for this. And I don't know how long that takes, So what I given as far as your understanding, is it a ways, or did you feel like it would happen right away? The way you talked to me was all you needed was the funding for this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Juanica. Cecilia, Mr. Wayne Claw.
Yes, again, right now, Shananta, we get funding. We do a third-party billing. We do that with the veterans and also excess state of Arizona. As you all know, the state of Arizona, it's very hard to work with the excess office basically because they're the one that set a lot of the rates. As you know, there's a lot of Republicans over there, and most of the time proposal, and during that time, Mr. Representative Orlando Tuller was there. Because casino they can get the money out of it, he didn't know. So nothing really has happened with the state of Arizona excess office. And really that's just not enough to run a nursing home with third-party billing. The other money we get is 638 BIA, which we get close to $300,000 a year. And that's only for 20 patients. 20 from through family services then. Out the rest foundation that foundation. As you all know right now, it's very expensive to hire nurses, licensed nurses. Right now, we just hired 3 more LPN, and they're $95 an hour. RNs are $140 an hour. These traveling nurses that need that. And that's all we can get right now because there's a lot of people not enough nurses on the reservation so we have to hire these people. And then also we have an MOA with the nurse the IHS doctor but these doctors are very busy that a lot of times we can't get them over to our facility. So that money and especially with this COVID hunt, we do have overtime. Yes, we do need the money, and I was hoping that we find a way to get this going, and I've been reaching out to some of the Congress People's Advisory in DC how we can do this. The law is in place by Congress that these can be funded, so I guess we have to go back, and we already have a agreement with our attorney. Now the budget we need, one of the things I want to mention, Shananta, is excess does not accept everybody. We must send them to our facility. Right now, these privately owned, HIPAA, the regulation, use it. Nana, PL 93638 PIA peso, Nana. There's certain that money we cannot be used for certain things other than payroll. Family services ban. Money, Masando Che Don Dash, Nishiki, Ado peso Medicare, Medicaid, any type of disability, yay peso. Ado Betambaditis, Niliki, they cannot come to our facility according to Medicare, Medicaid policy. That's what bothers me a lot, is that we refuse. Masando Che. I don't you don't qualify, Beditna. I don't believe that, every one of our residents, Mama San Che, should qualify to come to the nursing home. Oh, ye what don't let in the best of them, Beditna. That's not right. To me, that's abuse. That's elders' rights that we're neglecting. Ako Yoshi Ashananta, okay. Ako di peso, 638 peso, ginashmo from IHS. There's certain things we can do with that. One is we can pay licensed nurses. Licensed nurses, but best we can get grandma to come in our facility. Excess. She excess peso. So that's one some of the things that is. I want everybody to qualify. Every one of the grandma and grandpas that come and ask to be at the nursing home. We shouldn't refuse them. Even in addition, this additional line item money that can come to us every year under Title I, out of Title V, Nana. There's still a string of money that will come to us every year to be able to admit grandma, feed them, all those things that cover the Shanantayako. Whatever you can do, Shanantai, let's do it. There's nothing I don't think we can't do. If it's for grandma, grandpa, I think we can do it. We I know through prayers we can get things done. I know we can. IHS will be willing to come forward to help us. That's what the health care been. Let's do what we can to get it for them. Thank you. Committee members. Any questions, statements? We do have a motion to accept with some
additional requests with that motion?
Yes, Chair, this is Wanika.
Oh, Cecilia?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
based on Honorable Slater's motion, maybe we could do a timeline on that. When can we schedule that?
Okay, committee members, I'd say pull out your calendar. Right now, we have some free days. I'm thinking we have some free days before the end of the month. In that respect, possible work session involving folks from the president's office, and the presence of speaker staff. For myself, look at December 21, December 28. And if not, then I'd say the 27th in the morning, perhaps.
Yes.
Oh, Richard, go ahead.
I think the 21st would work. The sooner that we can get this initiative going, I think that would be in greatest favor. Thank you.
Sheila.
21st looks good for me too.
That's three of us then.
Chair, what time did you say on the 21st?
9 a.m. And if you have something going, we can accommodate. We could also do 1 o'clock. That's more feasible.
Chair, this is Delegate McGee. I'm good with 21st also.
Okay, then 4 of us. Lona.
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Keep getting muted. Yeah, I'm okay with both of those dates, 21st and 28th. It don't matter if it's in the morning or not.
Okay.
Afternoon's fine too.
Yeah. Let's shoot for 9 a.m. I think that would get things rolling. Okay, committee members. Naturally, Mr. Wayne Claw, Miss Rosalind, so someone from the OPVP speaker staff and the committee. Dr. Jill Jim. Anybody else?
Chair, do you see Chair?
Yo. Go ahead.
Anybody from Department of Social Services might? About service?
Marquis too.
Marquis Sazi, okay. Yes, who's been most responsive from social service? Is it
Gishi's been most responsive. Deanna Gishi?
Okay. All right, committee members. That would be a work session. And Miss Benali, if you could get a memo started and an invitation to all those folks
Yes, Mr. Chair.
who participate in a work session on the 21st, 9 a.m. in the morning.
Okay. I'd like to ask a question. Who's the attorney that from DOJ that that would primarily work on health issues well, there's nobody on health now. Okay, I'll ask Dr. Jim. Thank you.
Yeah, it'd be somebody within the human services.
It would be Michelle
division.
Begay.
Okay, all right.
Michelle Begay from DOJ.
Is it Michelle Brown Begay?
No, Michelle Begay Nakai. Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Committee members, with that, there's no other comments or questions. We'll take it to a vote. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Helga Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Valona.
Malone votes green.
Pernell Valona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Our chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Committee members, thank you for the vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. That takes us to receiving report Part B, review Education Forward Arizona meeting. And an executive session may be requested, but I guess the main items is coordinating goals with state schools on the Navajo Nation. And then a new step would be a data agreement with schools on the Navajo Nation, specifically Bureau of Indian Education, the 638 contract schools, and the Public Law 100-297 grant schools and charter schools, and private and parochial schools. Presenter, that's us. Committee members, for all the folks on the line, let me do a preview. Dr. Russell basically facilitated our travel to and to meet with Education Forward Arizona and 3 other nonprofits within the umbrella of Education Forward Arizona. And we listened to their presentation, and then we went into their decision room. And what we saw was this mind-boggling. And basically 7 screens that different input on specific data points ends up to be showing immediate results of what a certain decision makes. And so that we were quite impressed with it. And then from there, then the discussion is, and that was respective of the public school system in Arizona, K-12. No, 9-12. And so in that aspect, then mine went to, okay, what if the Arizona contract and grant schools, or even all of Navajo Nation contract and grant schools, could send their data down to this particular foundation and then immediately graph data points and then get results. The other, then that took us to the pending, PENDING, data agreement with the Bureau of Indian Education. And that agreement has not moved. It's almost like set in concrete. And we can't find out how the students who attend BIE operated schools, we can't get results of what their education programs do. And so that's what the reason for this particular item. Committee members, if you want to chime in on your thoughts on going forward, this is what this particular item is on the agenda for. Committee member?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Vice Chair Slater, go ahead.
Thank you. I, as you know, I wasn't able to participate in the data room or center, or exactly what they called it, portion of the presentation. But I want to ask a question, and that's to yourself and the committee. Do you think there's a way that we could tie it into scholarships and representing like student success, post-secondary student success, so that we could solicit for more donations into, say, a future scholarship fund? Or I'd mentioned that in my comments when we had the meeting, but I didn't really know if it was actually something that could tie into what the tool is that they have. And then for the data sharing agreement and trying to get more data so we can make more informed decisions, do we know if Ms. Ghani is familiar with this entity, or do we need to have another or facilitate another meeting with them so that they can figure out how to bridge that gap and then get the data from BIE? I guess I see this as a item for action with the was it Assistant Secretary Newland, or with some of the other endeavors you're working on? I think, with the Sevier and some other items for either a meeting with them or a virtual meeting. So I guess a question, a couple thoughts. Thanks.
Yes, and what we saw, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And what we saw most immediate was the some of the upperclassmen, they were tracking whether they filled out the FAFSA financial aid forms. They tracked that. And their results was the folks that were from the lower income strata didn't fill out those forms. And yes, I think it's that data center has the ability to then track scholarship recipients. One of the very, they also were able to, those that, the lower income folks that did apply, then, you know, they were tracking their ability to get institution-based scholarships. And that was a very significant item for me, because it's always been, we fund higher institutions, but where is the quote, their matching funds? And that equates to institution-based funding for, in our case, Navajo students that go there using their Pell Grant. So yes, there is that ability, and I think it would be very good for a team from Department of Education as well. I think the committee could also then see those aspects, and part of it would be for Department of Education, get in conversation with that data center, give them some of our data regarding scholarship recipients, or even those data that's available with Eric Franklin and his group. They could send some samples, and then after that go down and revisit, and we see how our scholarship students are doing. We see performance, and in this case, one of the items was, you know, somebody from Page Unified School District, even if 4 students got into college, it would change their data significantly. And then how then do we get counselors to get the students to fill out those financial aid forms? It was very impressive of how attention to the little details could have significant effect. And then, of course, we all know that a post-secondary degree enhances the lifetime earn ability of a student, and then and also in the aspect of their career. So it's significant, and I hope we get other folks to buy in on that aspect. But that would be my thoughts, Honorable Slater. And then also we even thought, what if the Navajo Nation Board of Education went down? And it doesn't have to be a long enduring session. I mean, we were in there at data center maybe less than 40 minutes, and it was amazing. It was impressive. And the main question I also had was, okay, if we can't bring people down, can this data center be shown? And of course, the first response is we can't take the 7 screens up there, but we can show it on one screen in a progressive manner. So there is that ability. Committee members. And how do you want to proceed? Do you want to do a motion or a just request cooperation of the scholarship office, Doty, to share what they have available with that data center? And Miss Angelica Benali has the contact information, and they could talk to them themselves to see how it can be accomplished, this aspect. It will mean, I see it as meaning that part that we always talked about, decisions based on data, and most significant within education, and it could apply to the healthcare system as well. Thank you, committee members.
Chair, since this is a discussion item, or is it a report? I mean, would it be helpful to motion to accept this discussion or report and then include the items that you just mentioned?
I would think so, Honorable Vice Chair.
Well, I'll go ahead and make that motion. I think this is going to be an ongoing discussion, but I'll definitely look to your leadership, and I'm confident you can bring all the relevant parties together. So can you restate what you would like included in the acceptance of the motion?
Have Department of Education enter into discussions on how to best share the data with the foundation, and so that we can, I guess the basic aspect of a lot of our Navajo Nation schools outside of the state operated are K-8, if we could enter into this discussions, and I'm sure that would also entail folks from the Department of Justice. To enter into discussions and then formulate data sharing prospects, and to move forward and sending our data so that Doty and the committee and possibly the Board of Education can go see that center firsthand and see what a data center really entails. It's a multi-million-dollar facility, and it's a multi-million-dollar effort. And I guess the other thing I saw, and we were told, is they have one in Florida, and the same foundation put one up in Arizona. So, thank you, Honorable Slater.
Okay, Chair, well, I'll include those in my motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Priscilla. We have a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Slater and a second by Honorable Edison Winika. Committee members, did you note anything that we may have left out in this aspect going forward? If not, then Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
Now we get the vote green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Honorable votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
Green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika, green. Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Committee members, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Let's see. Then we go on to, oh, I'm sorry, committee members. I forgot to include Ms. Patricia Ghani, Dr. Elmer Guy, Dr. Russell, and President Bigman. Could we, I guess, even though the committee's taken a vote, could we get your input regarding what, as we discussed, what we observed? Ms. Ghani? Okay, Dr. Russell, are you on the call?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Let me let you chime in on some of the things that the committee just voted on. Perhaps you might also add to what we ought to look at too.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the committee, staff, and guests. I agree with what I've heard and the assessments. I think to Vice Chair's statement about scholarships and the Chair's statement about scholarships, I think one of the possibilities there that was brought up is how we can leverage expertise to be more efficient and effective. And I think that's good. What are the best practices out there? How can we try to team up with others that share a similar goals? And I think that would be something worthwhile.
Bring that up, man.
And then the other, and I think the data sharing agreement, I think it's important to recognize that this foundation, Helios Foundation, has an agreement with the state of Arizona ADE. And remember, the test results come from ADE, so Arizona Merit. So I think, one of the questions to have DOJ look into is who really owns that data. Because it may be something where you don't even need to go to BIE. It's the Navajo Nation's data. And, if that agreement works, and that, people much smarter than I can figure that out. But I think looking at it in a different perspective, because at least for Arizona, all of that information goes and comes from Arizona Merit. And so it might be something where it's worth looking into, because I think, and then the third thing I think that would really be good, because I agree with everything that's been said about bringing people down there. It helps to build capacity also. It helps to build a capacity of our data system in terms of what's possible. But it's also good to notice what's being done so that we don't duplicate, right? We only have a finite number of dollars. We can put our money in other areas if we know some other places are having the capacity in terms of data and things like that. And I think one of the things that might really be interesting too is if the committee were to host, the principals and superintendents from these schools and have that conversation collectively, not just the Board of Ed, but host. And I think, that I know one of the things that they brought up is that they sometimes host certain superintendents from areas and principals from areas. So why not have that with the Navajo Nation? Why not have the Arizona high school principals come down there and look at the data? So Rough Rock is looking at Chinle data, and Chinle is looking at Shanto and Gray Hills data. In other words, you get a sense of people working together to try to build, the capacity and increase the college-going culture. So I think it's a great idea, and anything that Gwinnett College can do to help, facilitate this in terms of bringing, the more students to have access to college. Of course, we want to do that, but anything else that we could do, we'd be more than happy to provide that for the committee and others. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to leverage with other entities that have similar goals to, again, utilize and become more efficient and effective. So thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Dr. Elmer Guy, are you on the call?
I like the discussion of what's taking place, and the data sharing effort. Sometimes the state or whoever is wanting the data to be shared, they would have a certain software and certain way of doing that, and sometimes it's costly to invest in those equipment. So just FYI on that, we've done that with New Mexico before, and they want it in a certain way. You just don't send your information and hoping that they would key those numbers in, but there's a process that they would want you to do that. I think it'd be good. I agree with President Russell that a meeting of education leaders is probably essential. If you look at the team members that they have, there's no Native American on that team. And a lot of times we have to make sure that we have people that understand Indian education to participate and have a voice. And that's what I noticed on their website. There's no Native American on their team. And so they really may not have the information that would help them. And somehow I think we need to provide that input. We need to also look at our own data and see where we are. Maybe Dodie already has them. I know the schools, they have data, they have their achievement data. They know where they're at, how they scored per year. And if you go to any one of the schools, they'll share that with you. And I think it's pretty common, when we get students here, I'm sure it's similar at Dene College, and students struggle with mathematics, and reading and writing are usually pretty common. And so we try to reach out and work with the high schools by providing dual enrollment programs. And in Arizona, we have 13 high schools that we work with currently, so that high school students could earn college level courses. And then these courses that they take, they also count towards their graduation requirements. That's something probably is something to increase and to build on. And so we really try to work with all high schools on Navajo. And so I think that's probably part of the discussion, is how do you strengthen that? And the other thing we should also take a look at is the number of teachers. I'm sure there's a shortage, and especially in math teachers. And I don't know how, I'm just guessing. And the K-12 schools, what do they need? What kind of teachers do they need? What do they lack? And how are they meeting that, providing that class? And I'm guessing that math teachers there's probably a shortage in that area. And so it's something that I think we really need to work together on. And if we need to develop a teacher education at Dene or in NTU or both, we can look at that and see how we can help in that area. So anyway, that's my input, though. Shantai, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. Yeah.
Thank you, President Guy. Next, Ms. Patricia Garney. And Ms. Angelita Benali, please unmute her. I think she was trying to get on earlier.
Okay. Do you know what her last three cell phone digits are?
Okay, let's see. 256.
Mr. Chair, she's not muted. She is unmuted. It might be on.
Chairman So, can you hear me?
There you go.
Now we can, yes.
Thank you for bringing a conversation and placing in the spotlight the need to have communications about the data points. We may have touched on this with HES committee members over the past couple of years, particularly with the pandemic. And as you have asked questions of Department of Dene Education to be more responsive and to shed light as to what areas are of concern and how best we can strategize to address those issues, it's really come to light that we have a need for data. So thank you very much for the invitation, first of all, Shija. Last week you alerted me of this event where HES was going to be meeting with the Helios Foundation. I am familiar with the work that Helios Foundation does on the basis of my work with the Arizona Public Schools. And Dr. Nance and I had planned to be in attendance in person, but on the basis we were not able to make those arrangements last minute on Sunday, we had asked for virtual participation, and I realized that the information that was shared sounds like was very much unique to a data center. So I did send you a text message, sir, to let you know that I'll be happy to arrange a similar conversation with Board of Education and program managers from Department of Diné Education. This idea about having our tribal education department interface with other entities at this juncture in the pandemic is absolutely timely. We have been talking about how Department of Diné Education can exercise a greater governance and authority over the outcomes of our students. And to do that, we have to have access to the information. So in this work and presentation that you all have seen, it is important to note that Arizona Department of Education supplies the information that Helios Foundation works with. They, in turn, disaggregate the information for schools and stakeholders. And before that, the LEAs under ADE supply the information through their student information systems. Various software programs are utilized. And at Department of Diné Education, we are working on implementing, once again, the data sharing agreements with the SCAs, ADE, New Mexico PED, Utah, and BIE as well, so that we can access and extrapolate pertinent information so that we can make sound decisions on those information points. And there's much that can be studied as a result. There's heavy concern about high school graduates leaving high school not being adequately prepared for first year in college, and colleges expending so much in terms of their remedial coursework. And as a parent and as a consumer, that causes concerns because that's coursework that parents are financially responsible for, while those classes do not count towards graduation requirements of a particular discipline that students choose. And so it is impacting many different consumers at different levels. So hence the importance of having a greater system of data sharing agreement in place. And without duplicating the work, we have been advocating from DODE to have that NEIS, Navajo Education Information System infrastructure, which once again is a proposal under the ARPA projects that we have submitted, which will allow us and move us in the direction that I hear you as committee members are speaking about today, is that we want to be able to access information. Students do take various types of assessments, including ACT, which, in some ways is a determinant of students' admissions to our schools of higher learning. And so with all of that said, and if Helios Foundation is already collecting some socioeconomic background information of our families to make comparative studies, we want to have that infrastructure in place so that we can have that pipeline of information back and forth without that duplication. So in essence, I hear the concern, and I'm absolutely grateful for the direction and vision that you and HES committee members have been voicing. And then furthermore, the partnership and openness from our higher education institutions, President Russell and President Guy from NTU as well. And so BIE, actually, the Bureau Operated Schools take a different assessment. So that is one area where we have been working with Office of the President under the government-to-government relationship to secure that data sharing agreement again. And the similar process will also follow with the respective state education agencies as well. So we want to do all of the prep work in place so that we can have the NEEIS launched without too much difficulty when we do get our hands on the ARPA funding. So again, Chairman So, it is a great endeavor. It will allow us the ability to really make meaning of the information that is out there. Leo Tatnaz Nilbe ya Bohoniajico a student information system Moria a the state education agencies a Aj Yenadnish a co a digi ben natchik hodon sato Aj ben nishto lesto hidden snabe his kator washigi ancient a ya tis in sadolesh. Ako siya kudo okot a yabanyan kito na nahata linigi ba himson. Thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity to provide that context to the conversation today.
Chairman So. Most.
Chair, so I think you may be muted if you're still there.
I just wonder if you could hear us, Mr. Bo. That's right. So
it does show that Chairman So is on the line still. And he's not muted.
Chairman So.
Okay, this is Belliot Slater, the Vice Chair. I'll take over for the time being while Chair So gets his connection situated. Committee members, we've heard from, I think, everyone who was identified on the agenda for this portion of the report.
Committee members, sorry, I had to take a call from speaker.
We forgive you, Shania.
I mean, this thing with the redistricting has been.
Yeah, we just got bad news in Arizona too.
Yeah, yesterday 4 calls, and the last one lasted till 9 last night, and then it's just, and then we had another one at 8 this morning. So it continues. Where are we at now, Miss Ghani? If we could have you get in touch with Dr. Russell. Who the main person? Nichols, was it his last name?
Yeah, Rich Nichols. Nichols. Yeah.
Okay, and we'll get Miss Benali, share that with Miss Ghani. And it
for me, it's very promising on how we can unify by data and then unify our efforts. And Ms. Ghani and Dr. Guy, when I did mention the inclusion of language, culture, and history, that was, I guess, a point for them to reflect that our situation is very unique compared to the Florida school system and the Arizona school systems. So they will be looking at those dynamics of it. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Thank you to all the presenters, and may we continue these promising discussions going forward. It's a unique time. Okay, let's then go to the new item 5C. Receiving the report from Tuba City Regional Healthcare System. Miss Lisa Bonar. Oh, Lynette Bonar, I'm sorry. You have the teleconference floor, Mr. Christopher Curley, and balance of the board members. Miss Lynette Bonar, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, that's Nala. Good morning.
Hello, Nala.
Good morning. It's good to hear from all of you. Hope all of you are doing well. At our HES committee members, so, for Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation, I want to say hello and on behalf of the board of directors. Earlier, they introduced themselves at the meeting. I just want to share real quickly that our board is doing very well. Our hospitals are doing very well despite the pandemic. All the things that has been happening. Working very closely with our council delegates, our chapter officials who have been working very well. Council delegates that represent our area, and also the HES committee as our oversight, really being there for us in our time of need of actually getting these healthcare needs out there, even in the midst of COVID. Working with the Unified Command Group, working with the Healthcare Health TOC, with the Navajo Nation President. We just want to introduce new members to our board.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. Chair, can you have staff identify who these folks are who are talking? I see a 928256. I see a 928179. There are quite a few others that are really interrupting Mr. Curley's presentation. I cannot follow what he's saying because of all the background noise. So
yeah,
I just think it's really disrespectful to him. Thank you.
A restaurant. Sounded like people were at a restaurant. So, Chanela, try again.
He's on mute. You can hear his voice maybe.
Ms. Benali, unmute 787.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Yashki, I was star 6. Okay. Arosnan, another the Tuba City Regional, on behalf of the Board of Directors, I just want to say thank you to the HES Committee, Honorable Council Delegates, Tuba City Regional. We have been working very closely with our administration, our CEO, Ms. Lynette Bonar, and our Associate Executive Officer, Ms. Joette Walters, and her staff, and then also the Board of Directors have been working very closely with the chapter officials, council delegates that represent Western Navajo, all the districts. And so I just want to introduce new board members. Honorable, we have a former chapter official, chapter president that's now on our board. He's Mr. Franklin Fowler. He used to serve on the IHS in Tuba City with Indian Health. And then he's also served on the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation board before, about 8 years ago, before he left to serve on the chapter. We have also Ms. Carmelita Homer. She introduced herself earlier, representing San Juan Southern Paiute Tribe. So that puts us at 9 members of our board, 638, Title V, self-governance. We're just looking and working with the Monkopi Village, Hopi Village right across the street in Tuba City, getting representation from there. I'm going to go ahead and give the floor over to our CEO and her staff so they can do the annual report.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman So and honorable council delegates. It's good to go ahead and give you this report today. We really appreciate you fitting us in on your agenda. As we go forward, we really have a lot going on here, and we're going to keep our report to FY21. And as usual, we like to kind of go over our foundation of how we manage and present reports to our board, our healthcare board. We'd like to thank
Church Hall. It was the Catholic Church.
We'd like to thank our governing board for letting us do the things we do here at our hospital and healthcare facility. I think without their leadership, we definitely need their leadership for community input. So it's really good that we have such a vast amount of experience with their communities and chapter meetings.
This is pretty Windows.
So first of all, I want to go over our priorities for this year and the next year, and some things that we achieved last year. So our capital priorities, we received the Consolidated Act funding as well as ARPA projects, ARPA funding. This year, we are going to look into building some more staff housing. We really need housing to retain our staff as well as hire them. We also are in the midst of waiting for Indian Health Services to finish their review of the phase 2 for Bottomwood Health Clinic. We also have.
They call their churches parishes as well.
We also have an interest in long-term care, as same as Mr. Wayne Claw. I talked with him a few weeks ago about his interest and what's going on with that. We are part of the team that's going to be helping write for hot issues for Indian Health Services, and one of them is long-term care and elder care. So we're very committed to providing elder care here. And as you've heard with many of our reports, us talking about long-term care. It's possible this year we'll get that funding. We're applying with the USDA, and then we're finishing our packet for the Navajo Nation to consider with some of their ARPA funds. So we're doing that right now. We built a warehouse, and I think we let you know that last year, and it's complete. They're actually putting a second floor in there with our CARES Act funding, because like everybody else, we have supplies that we need to put in there, especially to make sure we have the correct PPE for all of our staff. We're looking at finishing off some projects that we started with the CARES funding, and we're expanding our emergency room, and we also already renovated our ICUs. We now have 2 ICUs, accommodate 8 patients instead of only 6, so we've grown there. And then going forward, we are finishing up a renovation for our pediatric unit, because we had a larger unit for peds, but of course we don't have that many kids, thankfully. So we turned that more into an adult care unit, and we're renovating a new area in our hospital for pediatrics. As we go down the list here, we definitely look at working with our partners for behavioral health. We've met the new Navajo Nation representative, Dr. Branzer, but we're also looking at partnering with NACA and the Guidance Center in Flagstaff to make sure that occurs. We have a clinic in Cameron where we have finished up. With dental services being such high risk with COVID, we actually renovated that clinic to add medical care. So now we have a medical and dental clinic in Cameron, Arizona. And partnerships, we always look forward to working with our 638 Association, work well with all of Indian Health Services, as well as Flagstaff Medical Center. And of course, our tribal health programs. As far as organizational priorities, we definitely have expanded our public health team. We feel that what we did for our suggestions for Indian Health Services FY24 was really tried to focus on the need to improve public health funding, because before the pandemic, we only had 5 staff there, and we receive about $900,000, which is enough. The 5 staff are majority nursing. And then with the pandemic, we've expanded all the way to about 35 to 40 employees. And we're fortunate, you'll see later, that we have some grants when we have finance report to you. So some of that is definitely being taken care of through there. Our priorities is definitely looking at our emergency department, staffing, keeping them safe, as well as opening probably some of our beds up to telemetry, so we don't have to send all of our possible heart issues that we can look at in-house before we send them to down south to be taken care of, to make sure that's what the diagnosis is for observation. We have our Leadership Academy. We definitely are looking at improving the education of our staff, and we like to continue to make sure that they are offered all the leadership training that we can give them. We have our customer service programs we're going forward with. We're looking at our employee engagement survey results. And one of the biggest things we're doing this year is succession planning. So you see also the report with me is Joette Walters. She is our Associate Executive Officer, and she'll be taking my place as CEO. But we also have 2 other Navajo candidates. Julia Billy will be our Chief Quality Officer, but we're going to do some more training with her. And Julius Young II will be our future Chief Operating Officer. Mr. Young's from Kayenta, and Ms. Billy is from here in Tuba City, as well as Joette Walters is from here in Tuba City. So the mission and the focus of 638 is bringing up and growing our local leaders, and that's what we're doing here. We definitely look at the culture of safety and making sure that we're meeting all those initiatives, as well as you know, everything's going to computer, to IT and the internet, and we're very fortunate that we do have a connection with NTUA now for broadband, and I think that will improve once we get those to the residential areas for our community members. We are connected to a patient portal, our health information exchange, and we share real data with other facilities when we have to send patients out down south, as well as get information from them so we can have good continuity of care for our patients. We've expanded our communications department, and then we are working with staff development. We received a grant And we are teaching our own and preparing programs, especially with pharmacy technicians. I think we're on our 4th class of 10 students to grow our young adults into a healthcare profession. We also have worked with Dene College in completing the Certified Medical Assistant Program. It took us a few years, but we are now working with that very well. We have CMAs that do their rotations here in our clinics, and that's worked out really well. And I believe we're on the 2nd class with Dene College. So they get all their classroom work at Dene College, but they come here for hands-on care. And then we're working to develop a program for entry-level help desk or information technology, as well as coding, and those are going well. Telemedicine outreach, we've gotten some FCC funds and IT grants, and we're working at making sure that we do better and make sure that we have some hot spots and areas that we can get to our chapters with. And geriatric service, you've heard enough about that today, but we definitely are continuing to push that project forward. We think it's very important that our elders get care because right now, the elder population is growing tremendously on Navajo and everywhere else. The priorities that we're looking at, like I had mentioned, is just really focusing on behavioral health, chapter relations, public safety. Some of the things that we need, we're working with our chapters to resolutions to support expanding to police coverage, ambulance coverage, and fire and safety, especially if when we get the Bottleway Gap Health Facility built. We'll need some more ambulances out there, as well as it'd be great if we could expand Navajo police out that way. Elder care and affordable housing, so we're working at that. Go ahead. We're looking at adapting and communicating our public health message. Our annual report goes over a lot of what we've been doing. Go ahead, Lisa. And what we try to do is make sure that our annual report and our mission statement is referred back to all the time, because that's really what our mission is. Our mission is to provide safe, accessible, quality, and culturally sensitive healthcare. And going forward, we try to tie all of our initiatives to that mission statement. As far as safety, we definitely are hardwiring our process into screening before people come into our facility, and that's going very well. We make sure that we assess everybody that comes in and talk to them about why they're here, just to make sure we keep our staff safe as well as the patients. Our PPE, we're doing well with keeping that stocked up. And our access to care, I've mentioned a few things for access to care. We added more rooms to our same-day appointment clinic, and we opened those up this past year. We added a couple more rooms. We also finished a large project, the laundry building. We have our own laundry building. We don't send our laundry out anymore. We do it all here, and we have provided at least 8 to 10 jobs locally for our staff here, as well as assuring that we can get our laundry out to our staff here in a good amount of time. Go ahead, Lisa. Quality, our quality of care, we're always focusing on. We need to make sure that we are keeping our patients taken care of. During the pandemic, we did a lot of telemedicine, and right now we are getting everybody in for appointments. And if we can't do that because of staff shortages, we are going to telehealth. But a lot of our physicians are taking care of their patients and giving them calls or getting them in the clinic. We have not closed down any of our services right now. We have everything opened up. Any issues that we have with our services is mostly due to staffing shortages. So we're doing better there. And plus, we have our American Indian Medical Home with access, and that's going very well. And our staff is assigning patients to their providers to improve their care. As far as cultural sensitivity, we have our Office of Native and Spiritual Medicine. This has really come to highlight working with our staff during the pandemic. We have many prayer sessions that our staff are invited to. We help our community members connect them with traditional healers if that's what they're needing. And it's really helped educate our staff about our traditions with all of our staff here, as well as individuals that come from other places to work here. And transitions and partnerships, working well with the chapters, we're working well with Flagstaff Medical Center. A lot of our patients, actually half of our inpatients, most of the time are from Kayenta or Hopi. So we have good communication with them. We give reports and take care of the local Hopi villages, and we work with their Department of Health to make sure that they get our information on any issues with the pandemic or any other issues relating to health. We're very happy that we can do that. Last year, one of the big things we did, of course, is the ribbon cutting for our broadband, and NTUA came here and did that here. We have a good relationship with NTUA. One of the other things we're working with our projects is working with the chapter house here into the city to make sure that we're all on the same page when we do large projects, especially as far as infrastructure, water, sewer, electric. We hope to build many things here in Tuba City, and we want to make sure that the utilities companies are staying up with what we want and working with the chapter so that we share our master plans. And I think that's been going very, very well. For this coming year, as I had already mentioned, the public health department is very important. And I think that one of the main things that happened last year, of course, is beginning actually a year ago today is the first day that we gave vaccines to our staff. It actually happened a year ago today. Our staff here at Tuba City Regional Healthcare are 99.9% vaccinated, and we're at 56% employees who have received their boosters. So our staff, we did make it mandatory. We feel that our community was hit so hard by COVID. We definitely want to keep our staff safe. I believe since the pandemic started, we've had over a couple hundred of our employees be positive at any amount of time over the last 2 years. But we have worked with them, and we allow everybody 14 days to work with their isolation or quarantine, and that doesn't come out of their leave. So that's something that we've been doing to make sure that our staff doesn't lose things that they need as far as paid time off. So going forward, there's a couple pictures here on some of the things we did with our ribbon cutting on our same day appointments. And as we go forward, our campus right now is fully open. Yeah, go forward, Lisa. And we have our main campus, Tuba City Regional Healthcare. We have Sacred Peaks. And we added a negative flow clinic there so that we don't have to see and assess our patients outside in Flagstaff. The whole clinic for 4 rooms, it has negative air. And then we also added 3 dental chairs that all have negative air. So what that means is it's safer for our staff and our patients to provide care. And we finished that. We had about 1/3 of that clinic that was not built. We finished it last year, and it's open for services. The GE, we finished the second building there for healthcare. We're now providing physical therapy, and we have surgery and podiatry going out there just to visit patients so they don't have to drive all the way to Tuba City. And that seems to be going very well. Ottawa Gap, we do have a small clinic there. We're just having a hard time recruiting a physician. Cameron, I already let you know about that. We're doing medical care 2 days a week there. We're waiting on some parts for our medical gas there to open up our dental back up. And then one of the really good things, we are part of HRSA, and it's under Health and Human Services. We have a community health center, and we did get a HRSA grant to buy a new medical mobile van, and that is here, and actually the blessing for that, I believe, is today or tomorrow. So we're doing quite a bit with all that. Safety with care, we have our inpatient units. There's always various things going on with that. Like the other day, we did have a code green because, you know, all of our beds were full. We had bad weather, and we had to send patients out of state because Arizona right now is at 95 or 96% capacity. So we are just really keeping an eye on what we need to do here as far as notifying staff if they need to come in to take care of our patients. But as the slide says, it talks about our inpatient. One of the other things we just finished too was we just finished our CT scan. We built another room for a CAT scan machine. So now we have 2 CAT scan machines. And the reason why we did that was because the ER gets backed up, or surgery might get backed up because we only have 1 CT machine. So now we have 2. We are thankful for all the support from Navajo Nation for FEMA nurses. And we actually have 10 of them here now. We're seeing a real shortage with respiratory therapists. And of course, you know, with COVID and respiratory issues, we really need those respiratory therapists. We have 5 from FEMA right now. The state of Arizona is very great to work with. Governor Ducey had committed $60 million to assuring that hospitals had staff. So we actually have 5 Arizona surge nurses helping us also. So everything we can do to keep our patients here, that's really what we want to do. And our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Abdel Karim, is on the phone with us today too, and he will kind of go over that. But we're very fortunate that our staff and our physicians are very much connected to the mission that we have here. Our public health department is doing very well with contact tracing, community connectors. Of course, the only thing we're short on is nurses. Native Connections for mental health, and of course, traditional medicine, Office of Native Spiritual Health. Go ahead, Lisa. Our next slide kind of shows you a little bit more about this. So you see the blue is 2019, and the yellow is, the blue is 2020, the yellow is 2019. The green is this year, so it shows you on the green line that we've gotten back to 2019 numbers, and you see the dip there from 2020 and what that did to our facility on our outpatient visits. Go ahead. The next slide is about telemedicine, and the telemedicine is really here to stay for us. If we have to close anything back down, we have a very good system. We're very fortunate. Our physicians and our IT staff were able to get all that up and running and make the reconfigurations in our electronic health record. We are not on RPMS. We're on software called Allscripts. And this is where some of the information that you have in front of you is showing. And if you look at that little graph on the right, internal medicine is really doing very well. Mental health, family medicine, pediatrics, and GYN, diabetes education, are doing very well with telemedicine last year. Our next slide is on our inpatient activities. And I really like to point this out that our inpatient services here, you know, we're the only hospital here in Tuba City, and I'd really like to still get your advocacy in getting our hospital on the hospital replacement list with Indian Health Services when they open that up. We are doing our board committed to funding a feasibility plan as well as a concept plan on a new facility, and we've already committed to putting money in that so that Indian Health Services, as well as our leaders there with you, know that we're really committed to making sure that that we get on the next healthcare facility replacement, because our hospital is 47 years old, and we just really need to make sure that we are up and running for these communities out here on Western Navajo. So go ahead. This is a graph from September, October, when we first were scheduled to meet. It just shows you the peak last January and then where we were in September. We're doing very good right now. Back in the beginning of October, we were at 13.5% positive for the Tuba City service area. Today, we're at 8.9% positive. And then it just shows some of the testing we did. And then if you look at the next slide, vaccines are a priority. Vaccines, blitzes, whatever we can do to get those shots in people's arms. Shows you right there that we've done almost 21,500 back in October. But today we're at 24,309. And out of that 24,000, we've given 7,000 boosters. So our staff is really committed in making sure that they get those things done. I went over most of these priorities here with you already, and we're working to see if we can continue working with our community, make sure those go forward. Our priorities, I think I went over this one real quick with you at the first page, so we'll go ahead and skip that one. And what we have in progress in September, just before we talked to get on your agenda back then, we are renovating our operating rooms. We're getting a second floor for our warehouse. Kaibito Independent Living, you know, we had an NHA grant, and 12 of those have been mostly full since we've opened them up. The other 12 had some issues with some of the architect design and different things. So we completed some of the negotiations we had on that, and today those other 12 should be ready for rent. And we work with NHA on that, and we're very happy that we can do that out there. So instead of 12 1 or 2 bedroom apartments, there's going to be 24. Vaccine clinic's going well. Finished Cameron Health, we're waiting on the dental. We added a drive-through to our Lichii Health Clinic so that people didn't have to wait in their cars, because of course we're not having people come into the waiting room because of COVID. So now we have a drive-through there. We're very happy with that. We finished our second CT scan, and we're finishing up our renovation for pediatrics. And the design is just about done on our ER expansion. We had a discussion already on long-term care and what Mr. Claus is doing, but we are also in the neighborhood to do the same thing. You all have been seeing this every year, and I'm really hoping it comes to fruition this coming year. It shows you where the nursing home in the yellow will be right next to our hospital. And then as we go forward, we're going to be asking Navajo Nation to commit funding to that. We need that for our USDA grant application. And then that's all we need to do. We're working on that. And then the next page is on Botaway Gap Indian Health Services facility. Well, Botaway Gap Indian Health Services funded facility. And it shows you where pretty much they're about done with that plan. And we need to get that letter so that we, Tuba City Regional Healthcare, can design and construct that. And we're hoping to do that. The next project is, if you've been to Tuba City over by the high school, we have a housing area. And we want to add some housing and do another housing project that I already mentioned this coming year. And future planning, and this is what we really like to help stick in your mind, is we really want to be considered for a replacement health facility. We believe it can go right on a parcel right next to our health facility. And we're looking at that land right now just to see if it's feasible. And we have talked with our planners. They seem to think there's enough land there. Of course, it doesn't have room for housing, but as long as it can help with the health facility, I think that's what we need to do. So the last page there. On our master plan, we went over all of these with you. On the replacement facility, we need to get on the list, and we need to look at the land, because that's usually what they do first, is pick 3 sites. Our ER expansion, our housing unit, Botaway Gap, which is already named Echo Cliffs Health Facility by the local community members, and we finished our laundry building. So those are going very well. We're also looking at we should have our community health assessment done. And a lot of what we're doing there is seeing how we could definitely advocate for getting more funding for social determinants of health and decreasing health disparities. Because as you know, that COVID hit us so hard, and we are so limited by the funding that Indian Health gives us. It really is not good how we are not fully funded for healthcare. And that's the reason why we have a lot of issues with health. And also with no water is a huge part of why we feel that there's issues we can improve, as well as housing. We have all of our accreditations. We just finished our accreditation with the lab this past year. And then we just finished our trauma level 3 with the American College of Surgeons. And that was actually done about 2 weeks ago. That we passed that. And we're looking forward to getting our hospital survey through Joint Commission, which should happen this coming year. So that's the end of my review. I want to go ahead and turn this over to our CFO so she can give you our finances. And we also would like to go over some information on our physicians and our advanced practice providers so that you know how committed and how those providers and physicians are really making our health facilities successful here and treating our patients and performing our mission. So I'm going to go ahead and give this over to Christine Keone. She's our CFO and she'll be on the phone here and she'll introduce herself. Go ahead, Christine. Christine, are you on the phone?
Okay. Okay, now can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Christine Keone, and I'm the Chief.
We can't hear you, Christine, again.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Christine, we can't hear you. I don't know what's going on there.
Be on Zoom or on teleconference?
I don't know where she went, but I'll go ahead and get started. Christine, chime in if you can. Chairman, so I'll go ahead and get started here. Christine, if you can get on, I'll go ahead and let you report. But that first slide there shows you our revenue over the years. And as you can see, as you can see, some of the years were better than others, and 17 to 18, you can see where it went down just a little bit, but some of these is because we did a conversion to our electronic health record, and in 20, we still did fairly well, but we had our pandemic that really shut down a lot of outpatient services. Christine, are you on? Okay, Lisa, go ahead. So the next slide shows your expenses. As was mentioned earlier, staff expenses are really increasing in nursing. That's where a lot of our funding will be going, as well as doing hazard pay. We did hazard pay through the whole pandemic for any individuals that had to suit up in PPE and take care of our COVID patients. So you see that is not going down. And at the IHS budget formulation, that was one of the things that I brought up is for that line item, hospitals and clinics, they should increase it by, I mentioned 10%. I don't know if they did, but our healthcare staff, it's hard to tell where the nursing salaries will end up after this pandemic. So that's one of the things we're very worried about. And then the next slide. Christine, did you call in already? Okay, so the next slide shows revenue to actual to budget. So this here shows you the orange line is the actuals and the budget is in the blue. So we've been staying where we need to with the budget less than the actuals, definitely performing the budget because of various things that have been going on with the pandemic. And if you look at those funds from 16 to 21 is the budgets that are approved by our board members. And the actuals of what was spent was higher, especially in 21. And then we received the CARES Act funding, and that really helped there because of all that we had to spend during the 2020 budget. And then 21, as we go forward, last year, just looking at all the increase in staff expenses. Okay, Christine, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Lynette. So the previous graph with their really showed, like, especially towards FY21, how much of an impact the CARES and the CRRSA gave to us. That orange line and the gap between that and the blue bars, the graph for FY20 and 21, you know, that allowed us, because of those funds, that allowed us to be in the black. Now, if we go to the expenditures, which is the next slide, you'll see that it's a little bit different here. Again, the orange line is the total amount of expenses for the year, and then the blue is what we budgeted. So, with the exception of FY18, pretty much, you know, the expenses, we stayed within the budget. Except for FY21, you'll see that our actuals were below the budget. So the trending on this, the expenses is, you know, it's really increasing, and that's what we're really monitoring is that increase. And about 67% of our total expenses is our labor expense. And you know, you've heard was mentioned of the contract nursing and how much it's costing us, and you know, we're in the same situation here. And you know, the funding that we're getting is really helping, but you know, I'm concerned that, you know, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, that if we don't mitigate these expenses now, we're not gonna have the, you know, really enough revenue to be covering these expenses. So that's why, you know, I think it's best we take a look at how much we're paying, how much maybe, and see what we can do to keep our labor expenses, more. So that's what. So next slide. So this is our net income. It's spending of it. The orange is the expenses, and the blue is the revenue. So in every year, meaning that our revenue exceeded our expenses. So we use a lot of metrics here to make sure we monitor this. Again, you'll see FY 2021 that big gap in that. Next slide. This one is our capital budget over the years, and usually when we plan the capital budget, we take a look at how much depreciation we had in one year or in the year before, and that's really our guide on what our capital budget should be. So, with in each year, the gray bar is the depreciation expense. The orange is the actual capital, and then the blue with the capital budget. So in every year, we haven't exceeded our capital budget, and with the exception of, if you look at FY20, you'll see that there's a real big gap there between that orange and the blue line, and that's because of the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, it hit like in March, which was almost mid-year of the fiscal year, and we stopped all of any capital projects pretty much for the remainder of the year, and that's why we see such a big discrepancy between the two. But in our capital budget, and usually our capital budget is about 8 to 10 million. In FY17, we had 16 million, and that was our electronic health record. That was why it really jumped up. But for the most part, it's averaging about 8 million. Next slide. And these are some financial ratios that we monitor and just really, check to see. This just helps us to monitor, these are capital ratios. So the average age of our plant, we have, Lynette's talked about this with the hospital replacement, and each year, we're spending more and more. We're putting more and more into maintenance, repairs, renovation of our building, and as we do that increases the age of our plant. So in FY14, we were at 2. Our average age of our plant was 2.5. Now we're at 8.7. And a lot of that has to do with the expenditures that we've had to make to maintain the plant or the hospital. And then the next one is the fixed asset turnover. And this one is it's been pretty consistent, about 4. So that means for every dollar that we put into capital, 4 cents of that goes back into our net income, and it's been about 4, and that's pretty standard, in the hospital industry. Next slide. And these are all of our grant awards that we've received as of September 2021, and the total amount is at 9 million. And just to show the growth of this, back in I believe it was FY 12 or 14, we had less than $1 million in grant awards, and since that time we've grown it to 9 million, and we're always looking to obtain more grants. Next slide. And this is a lot of numbers, but this is as of June 30th. No, wait. As of June 30th, this was the total amount of funding that we have received. The total amounts that we received in FY 20 was 41.4 million. And of that amount, all of the projects that Lynette talked about, the ICU and, the storage, the laundry, all of that, we've expended 32.8 million. And the balance that had been remaining was 8.5 million. And we received provider relief funds in the amount of that 41.4 million. Provider relief funds that we received came up to 21.3 million. This was phase 1 of the provider relief funds, and this amount we needed to report back to Health and Human Services. The deadline for this was November 30th, 2021. And we had to show how much we allocated to lost revenue, how much we allocated to different, in response to COVID. So we were able to report all of it. We spent that whole 21.3 million, and the report was made, and now we're just waiting for all of these numbers to be audited. I think that's it. Next slide. Is there another slide? Okay, so the previous slide was FY 20. Now this is FY 21. In FY 21, we start seeing the CARISA funds and the ARPA funds, and then some more CARES funds. That total amount in FY 21 came to 71.4 million. And of that amount, as of, I believe this was as of July, we had expended 1.2 million. So a lot of these funds, we started receiving them over the summer. So late spring, we started receiving them, and we got a plan together that the board approved to start spending it to a number of projects that Lynette already talked about. So okay. And for right now, we are going through our FY 21 audit. We just started that. And I know that I didn't put any information, any slides in the presentation for the last audit. But for FY 20, the audit, we did have an unqualified or unmodified opinion. And the findings, there was no findings in our audit. So all they really what really ended up happening was just some journal entries that needed to be fixed. That was done. But as far as our internal controls and maybe any errors that we made or restatements that needed to happen, or anything like that. We had no findings in our FY20 audit. Lynette, is there anything you want to add?
No, I just want to point out that our CFO and her team are just very professional. Christine has her CPA, and then we have a couple more financial professionals working toward theirs. But one of the hardest things to do, and it's a good problem to have, was spend that money. And we did it all within last year and got those projects going. Just really want to commend our staff that they did a great job doing that. It's really not easy because, as you can see, the Navajo Nation had to develop a whole nother office for the FRF funds and physical recovery funds. And we did not do that, of course, but we were able to get a lot spent, and we're doing the same thing this year. So I'd really like to commend our CFO, Christine Keone, and her team. They do a lot for billing and finance, and really have a lot of good direction with our board and making sure that our board understands everything that we're doing going forward. The capital, as you've seen that, you see that as a nonprofit, we put a lot of money, just about all our money back into our health system. And if it isn't for labor, it's for keeping our old hospital together, as well as making sure we have good benefits and modern, up-to-date equipment that I was talking about with the CT scan. We've got very good equipment here in our hospital, and we're very proud of what we, decide to buy together. So the next person that's going to go ahead and present is our Chief Medical Officer. I don't know how much time we have, so I don't want to go through the whole presentation. Lisa Butler sent everything to your office, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next one. But we do have presentations in here from Human Resources and Quality and our Public Health Department, as well as ancillary in our IT. That'll take a long time, so we weren't sure how much time we have, but I really want to make sure that our financial team presents, as well as our Chief Medical Officer. So Dr. Riyad, when you're ready, you go right ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, members of the committee and fellow guests. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Dr. Riyad Abdelkrim. I'm Chief Medical Officer, as mentioned by Ms. Bonar. I've been with Tuba City for about, almost 10 months now. Time flies. I've appreciated working with all of the leadership, the physicians, the staff, and the community. I'll try to keep this brief, but would like to highlight for you some points about our medical staff. Really quickly touch on telemedicine visits. Ms. Bonar already discussed that, but I can add a couple of comments, and then briefly talk about what we're doing, what we're continue to do for our response to the pandemic, and touch on patient-centered medical home very quickly. Can you move the slide forward, Lisa, please? Thanks. So currently we have 19 departments with credentialed medical staff providers. This includes about 100 folks with doctors. That's an MD, a DO, a DDS, doctors of optometry, podiatry, or doctors of physical therapy. The next line, we're moving away from the term mid-levels because we don't believe it actually appropriately represents the level of professionalism and the contributions of all of these highly trained professionals. This presentation was prepared before we moved away from that. We are now referring to these folks as advanced practice providers. And these include our physician assistants, nurse practitioners, certified registered nurse anesthetists, certified nurse midwives, physical therapists, occupational therapists, and speech and language therapists. We also have pharmacists that are credentialed dietitians, and our vaccine clinic where we are staffing that up as well. Next slide, please. So this just breaks down the providers by each of the departments. I won't go into the details here, but I will let you know that as has been mentioned, there is a significant nationwide and statewide shortage of nurses, and Tuba City faces that as well. We do have a deficiency in terms of our providers. We currently have about a 17% vacancy rate, so it's not as drastic or as dramatic as our nursing crisis, but we do have some shortages in different areas at this point, including the dental and some of our primary care providers, as well as mental health and eye clinic. We have not been able to re-recruit an ophthalmologist since one left a few years ago. Now, that being said, we do have a wonderful oncology program with 2 dedicated oncologists that is, I think, unique here in our area, if not on the reservation, of being able to provide this important care to folks close at home. Next slide, please, Lisa. Thanks. So in the fiscal year 2021, just going along the lines of we were able to recruit a dentist and endodontist, lots of emergency medicine physicians. I think the previous interim chief medical officer, as well as the new chief of the emergency department, working in close conjunction with senior leadership and HR, did a wonderful job in filling up a lot of deficiencies in the emergency department. We've also been able to recruit physicians and advanced practice providers in some of other areas. We have, however, lost doctors, 2 dentists. This is again as of the end of September of 2021. We have some more anticipated departures coming there. You can see we've lost some as well in our women's health and family medicine and internal medicine. So some turnover is normal in any organization. Our challenge is, it is very challenging to recruit to Tuba City. And so it just highlights the problem a little bit. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Telemedicine, so Ms. Bonar went over this, and I will just briefly say again, if you look at the bottom, those dates should be starting in October 2019 for the blue line at the bottom, showing telemedicine was not really significant until May of 2020, which is when shortly after the pandemic hit. Then there was a big rise, actually representing significant flexibility, not only of our physicians and APPs, but of our organization as a whole, IT, the ability to be nimble when necessary to flex into that telemedicine service so that our community could continue to receive care. If you follow that through to the end of the blue line and then go back to October 2020, the green line, there was a bit of a plateau there. Then it rose again with the winter surge and has actually decreased significantly and steadily plateauing since the summer. So even despite the surge with the Delta variant, we have maintained in-person visits, but you can see there is a higher baseline of telemedicine visits, and as Ms. Bonar said, telemedicine is here to stay. And we're thinking of different ways that we can utilize telemedicine services to reach out to community members who are in isolated areas and cannot get here, as well as to use telemedicine for specialty services where otherwise patients would have to travel a significant distances to receive those services. Next slide, please, Lisa. So this again just talks about telemedicine, the predominant visit numbers for fiscal year 21, internal medicine, family medicine, pediatrics, all those primary care services were highly utilized for telemedicine. COVID, these are some photos showing our COVID response. As I'm sure you're aware, we had continuous testing since the beginning of the pandemic. We've also had a hospital-wide participation in numerous vaccination blitzes that have gone on from the beginning, as Ms. Bonar mentioned, today being the anniversary of the first time we started giving vaccines to our staff. And as the different milestones have appeared, we've done a great job really in vaccinating and continuing to encourage folks who aren't vaccinated to get vaccinated, as well as now booster vaccinations and encouraging vaccination of children. So these are just some graphs that show that. Can you please move on to the next slide, please? And the curves again showing the different surges that we discussed. So that earlier surge there was the beginning of the pandemic, then again in the winter there, that big surge. And then we have had more of a surge since the later summer months and the fall and beginning of the winter due to the Delta variant. Now, hospital beds are filling up in other parts of the state. We are not filling up with COVID, fortunately, but we do have challenges in terms of our ability to transfer patients to other hospitals because of the lack of hospital beds available in throughout the state of Arizona, as well as through neighboring states. These are some slides showing data that was from several months ago when we initially prepared the presentation. The vaccination, we've done a great job in getting approximately 80% of people 65 and over fully vaccinated, as well as a good number of people in their 50s and earlier 60s, over 70%. These numbers have bumped up, have increased since then. And whereas we didn't have any vaccinated children before, now since the vaccine has been approved for children, we are making progress there that you will see next year, hopefully. Next slide, please. We can go on to this. This just shows different vaccination penetration within different communities throughout our service area. Next, please. And briefly talk to you about the Patient-Centered Medical Home and American Indian Medical Home that was referenced by Ms. Bonar. We're officially accredited by Joint Commission almost a year ago exactly as a patient-centered medical home. We're recognized by Access as an American Indian Medical Home in March of this year. At the time of the initial preparation back in October, we had 6,800 patients enrolled under the AIMH program. Enrollment has been ongoing and has significantly increased in the new fiscal year as well. Our team is actively working to enroll members of the community in the AIMH program. We do provide primary care case management, 24-hour telephonic access to the care team, an accredited diabetes education program, and bidirectional participation in the State Health Information Exchange, which allows us to share medical records with other facilities and allows for better continuity of care across facilities. The PCMH model is based on 5 functions. It's comprehensive, patient-centered, coordinated, accessible, and provides quality and safety for the patient and the family. Next slide, please. And I won't go through all of these, but basically comprehensive means that we are focusing on the whole person. Primary care works closely with other disciplines. It is centered around patients and their unique needs and their cultural needs. It's coordinated across disciplines. It's accessible in different ways. And we provide quality care. We have metrics to look at patient satisfaction, and we have performance improvement activities ongoing as a part of this. Next slide, please. This is just an example of the patient experience survey, patient satisfaction survey that is used to elicit feedback from our patients in the community. And this is an important part of the Patient-Centered Medical Home and American Indian Medical Home is empanelment. Empanelment is a cultural transformation for both patients and providers. It's very challenging. What this means is linking each patient with a provider who they can call their primary care provider to establish an ongoing healthcare relationship that provides for continuity of care and will help to improve not only patient and provider satisfaction, but also patient outcomes. And next, Lisa. This is just an example of empanelment. This is an ongoing process. Can we go on to the next slide? Open access is one of the wonderful things that has come out of this, and this has been piloted in the internal medicine clinic, as opposed to having to look for availability, which depends on physician and advanced practice provider availability. Internal medicine clinic has been piloting since the month of May an open access model where several doctors have open access, which means a patient can literally call into the clinic through the call center and be scheduled to be seen potentially the same day or within a few days with certain doctors. This has been going on now and has been quite successful, and the plan is to roll it out to all of the physicians at the beginning of the year in internal medicine, and also to start rolling it out in other primary care, such as family medicine as well, which really will improve access and hopefully the patient satisfaction, patient experience. Next, Lisa. Here's an example of a letter that was sent to the patients for the introducing the open access program. Next, please. And so basically, this is just our, our attempt to follow values, our mission, vision, and values in the provision of this care that is hopefully high quality with shared decision making using evidence-based tools and population health. And hopefully we will continue to expand this program for the benefit of our community and our patients as the year goes on. Next, please. I think that's it. That's it for me. Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, Ms. Bonar, for the opportunity to present.
A delegate, Chairman, would you like us to do some more of these? I wasn't sure how much time you were going to give us.
Committee members, could I establish a motion in a second to accept the report?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Oh, Shache, thank you for the motion.
Second, Wanika.
And second from Cecilia, Honorable Citizen Wanika. At this time, does the committee have questions? Comments?
The comment, Chair.
Oh, Hakushi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate the report. I think really good, but my comment is on these annual reports, I think it would be good to go to locations. It would have been good for us to go to Tuba City to meet with them there. Or, well, the report was good, but I think seeing some of the things that they're talking about would have been really good to see. So, or in this case, maybe on these annual reports, we can make it so that we go to the hospitals that are giving us the annual reports. So without that,
in that case, at some point in time, Bonar, the committee will be willing to go to your site, I guess, after the new year.
Thank you.
So, committee members, anybody else want to make commentary or place a question? Thank you, and Ms. Bonar and staff. I guess the main aspect is the highlighting of the increasing costs of maintenance and repair, and in even the efforts to improve and to modify the modification of the floor plans to facilitate the increasing array of services that the hospital is offering, the healthcare system is offering. And certainly those aspects then move to the need for a new healthcare facility. That's how I took that aspect of highlighting the cost. I appreciate that particular view. Committee members. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bonar.
Yeah, thank you so much for your attention and thank you for your advocacy. Yeah.
Oh, and again, you know, some of the initial work after the first aspects of getting this pandemic onto the Navajo Nation, your initial work of alerting the governor and the assignments of the National Guard and all the other aspects, and even hosting the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden, at your facility. Those are very significant aspects to highlight your operations, and then also the establishment of the cancer center. Those are some great definite highlights to your operation. We thank you for your continued daily attention to the healthcare of our Navajo people.
Thank you.
So, committee members. With Ayla, so in that respect, thank you. And again, the committee will follow up to a site visit.
Yes, thank you, committee members and chairman. Let us know when you want to come out. We'll host you here and get a good tour going for you. Yeah, thank you.
Ooh. With that, Nulla, did you want to make a last statement before I take the committee to a vote?
I just wanted to say thank you, Shinala. Then he's listening to our CEO and those that presented on behalf of Tuba City Regional. Nana Navajo Honorable Council delegates, thank you for your representation of our people and continue the work that we do. And just want to say thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So, with that, Mr. Mose, on the motion to accept the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Systems Annual Report, inclusive of audit.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Mr. Mose, I just got
Yes,
a
sir.
text.
Honorable green.
I just got a text. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. He's having internet issues.
All right,
But
sir.
he did use the phone to text green.
All right, sir. The vote is 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair.
Thank you, committee members. With a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting, we accept the annual report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm trying to pull up the approved regular meeting agenda. Okay. Now we go to item 5A, 5B, excuse me. Follow-up update on Navajo Nation schools and update on Richfield Severe School District and the status on the communication, coordination, and consultation with BIE and Navajo Nation. Committee members, it's again, these issues. Mr. Chad Abeda, are you still on the call?
Chair, yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Committee members, as a FYI, we were in Phoenix, and during the Helios presentation, I had a discussion with Assistant Secretary Brian Newland's scheduler. And the scheduler wasn't aware of the letter requesting for a meeting with Brian Newland. And then in discussion, follow-up discussion with Mr. Abeda, he confirmed that the email was sent regarding the meeting request, whether it be by telephonic or in person. And I haven't received any feedback from the scheduler. Committee members. Shall we do another follow-up letter to expand the issues we would wish to visit with Secretary
Number
for
75521. Court 505-77.
and so that's the aspect. Committee members.
Chair, this is Chad Abeda.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Abeda.
Chair, when you spoke to the scheduler, so they just indicated they didn't receive the meeting requests with the assistant secretary? Or did they say, or did you forward the packet that I sent out to, everyone? Or should I just, I followed the process and I submitted the meeting request through their virtual website. And then I also sent the packet to their email, which is listed on the Interior website.
Yes. And basically the response from the scheduler, and that's their internal process. The main Brian Newland number, a staffer answered, and he referred me to the scheduler. And the scheduler basically said that she will double check with the assistant secretary and was going to get back to me before 5 that day. That was Monday. I gave this particular phone number to her so that she could call me back, and that never occurred. So committee members, perhaps we do another letter, but expand, could I say, expand the agenda items that we wish to address, and there is a call. Committee members, chair's looking to you.
Chair Wanika?
Oh, Cecilia, go ahead, Honorable Wanika.
So I think, we need to send it again, but I'm just really concerned because they have until the 22nd. I think if they don't have anything by the 22nd, the students can't come back. So based on that, we're only other meeting we have is next Tuesday on the 21st at 9 o'clock. It seems like we have to do something between now and then. Because if we're having another meeting this week, we are, as far as Navajo tomorrow and Friday. But for our meeting, this is the 21st. We'll probably have to have another update on that day too. And the next day is going to be the last day. But I don't know how we can, it seems like what you requested to have that letter is the only thing that we have. If they can respond and let us know what their plans are. Because if they do have the money, you know, what's making it so hard for them to release it to the school? Really a concern because if they don't come back, well, yeah, if the students are not allowed to come back, it'll be harder because they're going to have to make up time, this and that, only. I don't know if they're going to miss any school days or whatever. by the time we get something for them. So it'd be good to have something in place before they come back to school. But we have to, or they won't come back to school. Thank you, Chair.
So, Mr. Tommy
Honorable
Sosi.
Chair.
Yes. Who is this?
This is Karen Malone with the BIE. May I speak?
Karen Nolan?
Malone.
Malone. You're the new Navajo
Acting Deputy
Division
Director.
Acting
I'm the
Deputy Director, Navajo Division.
Associate. Yes.
Associate. Okay. Thank you for getting on the call. We appreciate it. You just opened a ray of hope. We appreciate it. And you may have the floor to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the committee, and guests. We have been, as the Bureau, meeting with Sevier School District regarding the funds for ISEP, the Indian School Equalization Program, formula funds, and title funds that they have not received. I am going to ask Ms. Pinto, Deputy Director of School Operations, who focuses on funds, to speak to the agreement.
Is Ms. Pinto on the call?
Good afternoon, Chairman So and members of the committee, Navajo Nation Council members that are present, as well as Navajo Nation education leadership present on this call as well. Thank you, Karen, for inviting me to this call. Again, my name is Sharon Pinto. I'm the Deputy Bureau Director for School Operations. And my understanding is the discussions today pertains to the funding that the BIE has provided historically to Sevier School District. Sevier School District, for those folks that are not familiar, serves the Richfield BIE dormitory students. Right now, our enrollment is around 104 students that are enrolled through the Richfield dormitory school location dormitory. And those students are then bused over to the Sevier School District to attend and receive their educational support. From my understanding, and as far as my involvement in this situation came, I was brought to the table to assist and address this matter about almost 2 weeks ago now. But my understanding is there is statutory requirements that have been in place for, I think, since the early 70s or 2007, actually, to fund the BIE, to fund Sevier School District for ISEP support, ISEP transportation, and Title 1A funds specific to those program areas. And since that time of statutory obligation that was authorized, the BIE has provided those funds through an annual quasi-cooperative agreement exchange that has occurred between the Navajo ADD's office and the Sevier School District. So fast forward today, we had a chance to take a look at that quasi-cooperative agreement, and in order to proceed forward in a more in compliance with the statutory provisions and to ensure that we don't end up at this juncture again in future years. We have cleaned up the cooperative agreement provisions and language. We've exchanged the document with Sevier School District, and they have reviewed the contents of those provisions. And they're pretty similar to the past agreement, but there are a couple of other areas that we've included. And also we have removed further discussions or agreements pertaining to other title funds from the Department of Education. However, we have informed Sevier that we remain open to discuss the authorities and opportunities to continue to participate in other title funds from the Department of Education. That discussion will be ongoing. We have another meeting scheduled on Tuesday with Sevier and their attorneys, as well as our solicitors, to review the language tied to specifically special education language. So we're continuing those discussions. In the meantime, the agreement has been finalized. It is a 3-year term agreement. The government, as well as Sevier, has signed the agreement. The funds have been released to Sevier, a total of $977,314. Of that, $837,000 is for ISEP. $35,504 is ISEP transportation. And then the Title 1A funds, $104,300. That is just the initial allocation of Title 1A. We still have yet to receive the second portion from the Department of Education, and we'll add that into the Title 1A once we receive that from the Department of Ed. This was all relayed to Sevier and their representatives yesterday. The Navajo Nation also participated, the president's office, and a couple of staffers participated. We had answered some questions in that forum yesterday as well.
Oh, really?
Is that someone asking?
Now I got a message. See, I'm on.
Okay, all right, somebody needed to meet. And so the agreement is finalized. The funds have been provided. I checked about 30 minutes ago, and the funds are still available for Sevier to draw down. We made it very clear yesterday with the school representatives that they needed to go into the system and draw down their funds that have been released. So as of 30 minutes ago, it still was sitting there available for their drawdown. And I think they have someone there at the school that has authority to draw down those funds on behalf of the school. So right now, as of current, all of the funds have been released, and Sevier has the current school year funds. As far as additional funding considerations, those discussions continue to be held with the school district and its representatives, and the next meeting is scheduled for next Tuesday. Thank you. That's as specific as I can get at this point. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, are you still there?
Chairman So? Might be on a phone call again. I just got one from Shannon Pinto. Pinto.
Mr. Chair, Sharon Pinto is on the list. She is muted. So if she could unmute herself, she can answer any questions that you are looking for. However, Karen Malone, I noticed that her call dropped when Ms. Pinto got on the line, and I did send her the Zoom in link again, so she can call back in. Thank you.
I'm still on the call. This is Sharon. Thank you. I hope everybody heard my report.
We heard your report, ma'am, and thank you for that update. Oklahoma. Vice Chair Slater? Vice Chair Slater or Chair So? Winika, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
I got a message from Chair. He wants to recess for 5 minutes. He's on a phone call with Shannon, Senator Pinto. Vice Chair is not able to get on. So go ahead and recess. Get with Mr. Mose there.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Let's go ahead and recess for, let's say 10 minutes. I'm not sure how long it's going to take.
Hey, Honorable Halona.
Oh, there you
back
are.
on the call. Oh, sorry about that. For all the folks on the call, I had to take a very important call from another Pinto. State Senator Shannon Pinto. And again, it's on this longstanding, most immediate need for redistricting. So back on this call to refocus. Ms. Pinto, had you finished your presentation?
Yes, Chairman. So I completed my presentation. Is there anything you would like for me to repeat or advise?
Yes. The committee visited Richfield Residential Hall, and the Sevier School District operates Richfield High School and another high school, Chiche Paul Begay. Remind me of the other high school. Is it the Sevier?
Chair, South Sevier High School.
Yeah. So those are two schools. The Richfield Residential Hall, I think the word was there was some students that were bused to that South Sevier. But the residential hall is practically across the street from Richfield High School. And so in that aspect, the other is what plays into this is Public Law 110-107. In addition to the funnel money to the public school district, as well as the Public Law 100-297 grant school, and of which includes the Indian Student Equalization Formula funds. So and I don't know where this cooperative agreement came into play, and I don't think it's cited in any of the legislations. But for some reason, it's a requirement for the school district to receive the funds. And to our understanding, that cooperative agreement is not signed. And the other aspect was the Bureau of Indian Affairs did not have a point person in name of who the Sevier School District finance department people could basically speak with in regard to these questions and in the aspect of not being able to get the funds in a timely manner. That's what we're faced with, and there's again what Honorable Winika and Honorable Paul Begay re-emphasized to the committee is that once those if the funding doesn't come through, once those students board the bus to bring them home at Christmas break, and those funds aren't in the accounts of Sevier School District after the new year, Richfield Sevier School District buses aren't going to come pick them up to go finish the school year. And that's what's of paramount issue this committee is focused on. Ms. Pinto.
Chairman So.
Oh, Honorable Haloni.
Chairman So. Yeah. The report that we had just received that you missed was that the funds are in place and that they're waiting for severe district to draw down the funds now. They've all been dispersed, is what we've been told. And so whoever is needs to be contacting severe district, school district to go ahead and draw those funds down. All of the funds have been delivered, according to the report we just received. Chair.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Pinto.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman So and Council Colonna. Thank you for relaying that piece of information. Yes, I did express in my presentation, Chairman, and I know you were attending to other matters that I think everybody on this call we're all used to doing, juggling 3 or 4 things at the same time, and they're all pressing and priority. So certainly can relate to that situation. But yes, I did report that the agreement has been exchanged with the Sevier School District and reviewed and provisions agreed upon, all of that, and signed. It is for a 3-year term versus the annual agreement that has been exchanged annually for the past several years. And I think that could have been part of the reason why we ended up in this situation. The necessary parties did not come back to the table in a timely fashion to renew the discussions prior to the July 1st required disbursements. So nevertheless, here we are. We expedited as quickly as we could. From my office, at least, when I was informed, and it's been almost good 2 weeks now that we've been able to become engaged and work on, what are some of the outstanding issues? What are some of the differences that we're looking at today versus, the interpretations that were made years back. So as of now, the ISEP funding, the ISEP transportation, and the Title 1A funds have been released to Sevier School District in the amount of $977,314. And we have informed the school that the funds are ready and available for. And I also recently, in the past 30 minutes, 45 minutes, informed the school again, reached out to Lisa Crane and informing her and her staff that the funds are there and the school should work towards drawing it down as soon as possible. And those funds are available now.
Thank you, Ms. Pinto. Appreciate the positive development. And we appreciate that the cooperative agreement will be for 3 years. So in that manner, we will look to you for other positive relationships to build on what we've kind of, I guess, kind of like the area that Honorable Begay represents, kind of like relating to the terrain, Slot Canyon, where one can't cross, but getting to the lower level and being able to do items and accomplish factors that would basically help in the furtherance of the education of our young people. There was also other factors that Ms. Crane and Mr. Workman had highlighted. There was the aspect of special education and Title II. And could we then also, can you also highlight the status of those items?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chair. And I did report on that also. The discussions pertaining to the eligibility participation for IDEA funds and Title II funds. And we did meet with Mr. Workman yesterday, and he expressed also in support of Sevier for those funding considerations. We have a meeting scheduled next Tuesday with Sevier and their representatives, as well as our solicitors, to further explore the eligibility requirements for those specific dollars. And those funds are provided through Department of Education. And we need to ensure that the eligibility aligns with the Department of Education requirements. And that's all that's being reevaluated at this time. And we hope to have a positive outcome on behalf of Sevier and the students as well. But Sevier has agreed that those discussions will continue. And as stated, a meeting is scheduled for Tuesday and continuing until we reach some level of agreement and reach some level of understanding for these two items. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Pinto. We appreciate, and then Ms. Malone. And I guess, and please, you know, sometimes the level of questioning from the committee, and most specifically the chair, could intimidate the folks from Bureau of Indian Education. And certainly that's not the intent and purpose. The main item is it's in regard to the education of our Navajo children. And so the other is the committee is really wanting to facilitate how we best address the presidential executive order regarding education. How do we dismantle some of the silo walls that prevent cooperation, coordination, and collaboration? And one of the aspects is the committee wants to host a meeting to see how we get, because all the various and complex school systems that our students are offered on the reservation. There are so many choices and so many varieties that the overall impact or result right now is the low reading levels, low math skills, and the reading and writing skills, I guess, is what we see in the post-secondary education institution inherit that, and how do we best turn it around? And one of the items that really is at the forefront is the data agreement. That is exists somewhere to the point where Bureau EIE schools, we'd like to have them share the data with the Department of Education. And then the other aspect is to be able to use the services of a foundation so that they can chart the data, and then from there, that would help us get a better picture of how the schools are performing and what the local school boards could use in their decisions in the offering of programs. The aspect of offering only language for an hour in each class day certainly defeats the aspect of the laws of the Navajo Nation, where we want to preserve, to protect and preserve and cultivate the use of the Navajo language among the young generation that is coming forward. So those are some things that we continue to push forward as a committee, and we certainly desire a better working relationship with the Bureau of Indian Education. Ms. Pinto.
Yes, Chairman So and members of the committee, other members of the Navajo Nation Council, Navajo Nation Education Leadership. Thank you for those comments, and we certainly appreciate the partnership and the support from the Navajo Nation leadership educational community as we serve our students across the nation, as well as the families that the students come from. And we share in your concerns and are working hard to address those specific areas of need. We all know and understand that the challenges that COVID has placed on our progress, and how we have had to develop unique strategies and introduce unique strategies, such as this meeting. We're not face-to-face in a meeting as traditional and as culturally important, but here we are. And I think the BIE continues to provide the support required for our students, whether it's through the traditional school setting, a hybrid learning, or remote learning, providing all the resources and tools necessary. It was a huge sudden switching of the gears, so to speak, that folks had to take and adjust to teaching students through a virtual process, and introducing laptops, introducing jetpacks, and then recognizing the connectivity shortfalls that all of our remote school locations are in throughout the country, and including Navajo. And we are doing everything that we possibly can to partner with our tribal leadership in continuing the educational opportunities that our students deserve, despite the COVID impacts that we've all have faced and the challenges that it has brought upon us. And we will continue to work with you all and hear from you. I don't necessarily see the invitations to these meetings as anything negative. I think we are in a government-to-government relationship, and we are in positions of capacity that clearly we understand the responsibility we carry to provide such reports, and to be transparent and to be forthright on the status of our activities. We are also people at the same time, and sometimes things fall through the cracks. But I hope that as soon as we are able to recognize we are, through our experience levels, we can pick up the pieces and move it forward as quickly as possible, as we did with Sevier, and also taking a look at in the future, how do we address the issues so that we're not faced with this, the next year and someone else is dealing with it. We're building, we're continuing to build our relationship. The other thing I've also noted and discussed with other folks in other parts of the country is we also recognize that there are a lot of new employees, new tribal leaders as well. And there is a need to always come back to the basics and have communications from a basic level, so that everybody understands how the pieces flow together, and we can build on experience levels as we move forward. And again, we are in this with you all, and serving our students and our families across the country in providing the educational services. And again, any requests for additional meetings, and we appreciate it. Again, we have the specific items. I think this committee does that very well in identifying those items, and we can do what we can to prepare for your meeting. So I'll stop there, but thank you, and I appreciate your time this afternoon.
Committee members, any further statements or comments or questions?
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, Satilla, Honorable Edison Winika.
Thank you, Chair, and committee members. Appreciate the positive report that we got, and I really appreciate information, because it's been a real concern. Eat out at oxygen, it had been not all just for no. So, I'm equipped. Navajo Nation, Prior to this, with BIE and the president's office was involved. Ako pagpata hazo team kitis be fatis. Ashit alabang hisaw jod neta. So we really sorry. We even asked for congressional intervention. Ako na behata CC. But I thought, but the Chinese Tahoe na quite it was data. Tan hito jo kisne, nishito jo alle, kisi Chinese, no? It is a chair. Thank you.
Yeah, lots of and I've expressed this before. The Navajo Nation, of all the 574 recognized sovereign nations, the Navajo Nation is the only three-branch government that the federal government has to deal with. And when federal officials says tribal to tribal or federal or government to government relationship, for us, that equals a relationship with the policymakers of the Navajo Nation. And that line of communication has to be opened. In that aspect, I really thank you, Honorable Wanika, for bringing that up again. And I have discussed the council resolution to redefine that relationship. NABI has the authority to establish tribal positions, but that only goes so far. But the ability to speak directly with the departments and agencies of the federal government, it all goes with the old aspect of like a chairman. President is not the chairman. So one other factor that, and I don't have the actual budget, but what has been presented to the committee in prior meetings is that the CARES Act monies that were given to the individual BIE funded schools, a lot of that CARES Act money remains unused. We do hear from parents and community members that the need for masks, hand sanitizers, sanitary wipes, is one of the factors that really needs to be addressed through your administrators, Ms. Pinto. And again, if you would get us communication open. Again, Ms. Malone also, that would be also one of the items that we would like to get a response on. How many schools have how many dollars? what are the remains? What are the remaining balances?
Yes.
We would appreciate that. And again, it's not to pry, but to give us a picture, a banner of how to have school boards address those items. Thank you.
If I may, Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for that inquiry, and certainly that piece of information relative to the balances of COVID relief funds. You know, we're constantly requested of that piece of information from tribal leaders everywhere, and not just Navajo. So thank you for that inquiry. If you, I'll provide the link later on, but if you have a chance to go to the BIE website, on the BIE website, we have provided a breakdown of every school, 183 school locations, and have identified how much each school has received in all categories of COVID relief dollars. We know that there are 4 categories of COVID relief dollars that have been provided to all of our BIE schools and tribally controlled schools. The first allocation was the CARES Act. That was the allocation provided directly to the Department of Interior. BIE received share to be distributed to our BIE schools and tribally controlled schools. So if you look on the website, you'll see the CARES Act of 69 million, how much of that 69 million went to different schools. If you identify your school on that list, Aneth, for instance, you would be able to see how much Aneth received of that 69 million. Then the same going forward for the next allocation of funds, the ESF1 funding, and then we also received another allocation of the ESF2 funding. And then, of course, the last pot of money was the ARP funds. That was the largest chunk of funding the BIE received through the Department of Education at 850 million. So each one of these categories of funds, every school received an allocation separately as these funds were released. I think we all also know that under the CARES Act and the ESF1 funds, those expired September 30, 2021. So those funds have been fully expended. None of those funds were returned to Treasury. Those funds were fully obligated into school, tribally controlled school accounts, or the Bureau operated schools utilized their funds at 100% of those COVID relief funds for the CARES Act and ESF one. What's remaining now is your ESF2 funds. Those are going to expire at the end of September 2022. And every school should have those dollars available as well. And we do have that piece of information on our website in support of transparency. So you can also see how much of the funds were received at any individual school, as well as we also included a spreadsheet for tribally controlled schools across the country, how much each of those schools received of COVID relief dollars. And then also the ARP funds, all schools receive an allocation, including Sevier and other schools. So it's on our BIE website, those respective spreadsheets for each of those COVID relief funds that have been provided. Schools have been spending their allocations in accordance with the cost allowances, and those are relative to PPE supplies, replenishing those, sanitizing equipment, renovating or retrofitting HVAC needs for respective schools. Also supporting, spacing requirements, whatever is needed to implement, the minimal CDC requirements at our schools, in examining ventilation needs, and buying IT equipment, other things of those nature that are that the schools are authorized to make purchases and utilizing their COVID relief dollars. And those balances for those funds that have expired were fully utilized and expended at 100%. But again, there are two pots of funds that every school has available remaining relative to the COVID supplemental funds that have been distributed through the Bureau of Indian Education. I know there are separate dollars that tribes received through the Department of Interior, BIA, as well as Treasury. And those funds are not a part of the funding that we distributed, allocated from BIE. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pinto. Committee members? We appreciate
Paul Begay.
Oh, should say Honorable Paul Begay, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Chair. Should say other members of the committee. I listening to Honorable Delegate Juanica, just I feel like I'm gonna sleep good tonight. That is a very great school that they're running up there, Richfield Residential Hall. And you'd hate to delay their education. No, I appreciate Honorable Delegate Juanica's persistence in he keeps bringing it up, and that Chair, thank you.
Okay, Lance Che. Yeah, in meeting with the students and just brief conversations with them, they are it's just amazing of what they are becoming, and it was I don't know how to best express it, but it was very promising. I feel like it's promising that they will inherit a good career with their present learning. The other aspect was there was a request to be included in new construction, ability for to expand the residential hall so that other students could attend very unique structure of education systems within walking distance. No college exists, just real close by. And we toured that facility also. Thank you, committee folks, committee members. So thank you, Ms. Pinto, for opening the conversation, opening the communication. And we appreciate what you are doing. Going forward, we will certainly look to Ms. Malone and yourself and other folks within the Navajo division of BIE to continue the dialogue with the committee and with Department of Education. Ms. Patricia Ghani, did you want to also say something about what we're doing here today?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much again, Health, Education, Human Services Committee. We sincerely appreciate your leadership, interest, and bringing some of these issues forefront. So we have been in communication with our colleagues at BIE in weeks past, particularly around getting the funding distributed to Sevier School District. Lisa Crane, also along with Cody Workman from Richfield Residential Hall, have been in contact with us, and we've been able to have multiple meetings to conversate about the processes that are needed to streamline the cooperative agreement. So we are pleased to see that BIE and Sevier District were amenable to a multi-year cooperative agreement that would allow the funding distribution to take place over the course of the next 3 school years. However, as explained by Ms. Pinto this afternoon, we still do await the final determination for which state entity is responsible for funding IDEA Part B funding, which is supplemental dollars to provide for school districts that are providing services to students with special needs. And the other is the Title II funding, which is a set aside to schools for professional development. In this instance, those dollars are serving the population of 104 students who do reside in the residential hall at Richfield. So again, thank you for bringing this issue forefront. Ado Kodoshi ya behozen go ya di athatna khego di be that cooperative agreement yesnenigi benachet she di khot besoj edit ahigi based on student weight unit yesne ya di koje of beso wal khaigi ya that Sevier School District. So audit non-listen Lenigi Business Services ya they have an account access SAM silne ajo khot beso nadzo doj zoshi ko ha kwage ya khot on this ado baha zigi students os khaigi asadenez nadino ba antin ilchine ya khona la os kha ko os khaigi to the not at a khatni go ya thank you again, BIE colleagues, for your openness and also making sure that we took immediate steps to help finalize the distribution of funding, and then also the continuation of those conversations around the distribution and the determination as to who's responsible for funding the IDEA Part B, and also Title II funds for our students who do reside at the Richfield Residential Hall. So again, I just also want to emphasize the need for a closer working relationship going forward on these matters, so that we don't interrupt funding streams to our schools. I think many of these things we have the ability to address. So thank you again. We are in consult with our tribally controlled grant schools, letting them know that DOTI and we'll be seeking support from Health, Education, Human Services for a supporting resolution for schools to report their usage and running balances of the ARPA dollars that have gone to the schools. We want to make sure that there are monitoring mechanisms in place, as was voiced by leadership at the Navajo joint work session last week. So that's a follow through on that, and we've been communicating through the platform of the weekly school communications that we have in place. So again, I just want to say thank you to all of the colleagues at BIE, Ms. Malone, Ms. Arviso, and Ms. Pinto. Thank you so much, and Ms. Crane and Mr. Workman from Sevier School District. And I also want to also recognize Jody over at Department as well for helping push this along. So Chairman, so.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Committee members.
This is Priscilla Benali. Can I speak for a little bit?
Oh, just go ahead.
Yeah, to the honorable Hess members, thank you. I just am very appreciative, Joko. And general report I'm thankful that some of the issues sound like they're being resolved at Richfield. Shaja Ashwanako, Nikana wasn't so yeah, the Anikini Kaya Kochiko Eastern Agency I've been contacting you in my council delegates in this area about Baka Tloyaji. Maybe on the next future meeting we can resolve those issues for our community also. We need to help our community here in Baka and Pruitt area. But I am, as Ms. Ghani said too, appreciative of the report that was provided, and also we need to continue this process to have BIE at working with us in collaboration. We're a very important entity in our nation, as well as you as HES members. So this is our children's future that we need to continue to have these important discussions for our children all the way to college level. So, but I just wanted to ask that of you. Thank you.
Thank you. She has Madam Chair of the Navajo Nation Board of Education. And let's not just defer it to another time. Miss Malone and Miss Pinto. There's an apparent, and I guess in that situation, and in other places, the school leader in each of the communities, they had the education, and because of the bureau funds that go into the operation of the schools, they are a very major economic. They create a education hyphen economic zone, and a lot of it revolves on their interaction with the community. And if we could address public relations, community communication in a positive manner, that would really help. And need be, Ms. Ghani could set up a different call to address the matters that Ms. Benali is bringing up. But it is the overall aspect is community communication, community relationship with the chapters, and we really need to enhance that aspect and not have the educational leader be be an Indian agent. Excuse my use of that. And when a school leader assumes the role of a principal, they then become a member of that community. And part of it is, how do you how do we interact? And so in that aspect, if we could address those items, I think it would really help. It is the community's children that walk into that facility. And there is, from the parents to the relatives to the leadership of the communities, it is their children. And when they express care and concern, then it shouldn't be taken as criticism or to build walls. It should be a matter of treating each other civil. And I'm saying that because of what Ms. Benali had endured with at Baca as a community school. So going forward, let's work on those relationships. Thank you. Committee members. There's no other comments or items on this particular aspect of the agenda item that we address this matter under. We'll we addressed it under follow-up. Those items that we addressed before Ms. Pinto and Ms. Balone got on So those items regarding the Richfield items, I don't see a need to continue. And it was a real team effort with our legislative council, Mr. Chattabeda, Miss Angelita Benali, and Mr. Mose, and all the committee members, and Miss Patricia Garney. So again, from the chair's position, Miss Pinto, we are all in this together. Miss Malone, and we appreciate your presence. And in fact, you really surprised me to be on the call. So it's very much appreciated. Yeah. Committee members. In the follow-up, we do have a part for a motion and a second. Motion, Helena. Report.
Second, that would get the gay.
Motion and a second by Honorable Halona and then Honorable Paul Begay. Thank you. And again, as Honorable Juanica and Honorable Begay brings a sigh of relief to know that 104 students will be able to continue their education at the Superior School District facilities and to utilize the Richfield Residential Hall. Thank you. Mr. Mose, call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Committee members, I vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. That takes us to old business, there being none. New business, there being none. And we go to item 8, close of meeting announcements. Committee members, anybody have any announcements? Okay, then the chair is open for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Monica.
Second, Delegate Begay.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Adjourned at 2:45 p.m.
Thank you, committee members. We are adjourned. Take care of yourselves. We do have a NABI work session tomorrow morning, so we'll hear each other again tomorrow. Have a good afternoon and evening. So go now.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
So
Go on yet.
go now.